Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, the most beneficent, the most merciful, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Members, I am to inform.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Members, I am to inform the members of the House that the following members have asked for leave of absence and it has been granted. The member for Port of Spain South, the member for Trin City Maloney, and the member for Faizabad. Honorable members, correspondence has been received from the President of the Senate, dated August 4th, 2025, regarding Senate appointments to joint select committees. In the interest of the economy of time, I have directed the Clerk of the House to circulate this letter to all members electronically and to ensure that a copy is shared with Hansard for the official report.
Papers.
Yeah, hold on. I think they go, no. Hold on. I will call on the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the National Climate Change Policy 2025 on behalf of the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development.
Brian, which ones are we going to now?
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule, Order 2025, on behalf of the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. On behalf of the Minister of Finance, the Financial Institutions Liquidity Regulations 2025, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Mayor's Fund of the Shogunas Borough Corporation for the year ended September 30, 2022, the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Princeton Regional Corporation Chairman's Fund for the years ended September 30, 2023 and 2024. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Unit Trust Corporation for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The second report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the years ended September 30, 2005 and 2006. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Eastern Regional Health Authority for the year ended September 30, 2018. The audited financial statements of the CPEP Company Limited for the financial years ended September 30, 2015, 2016 and 2017. The audited financial statements of the Deposit Insurance Corporation for the year ended September 30, 2024. The audited financial statements of the National Information and Communication Technology Limited, iGovTT, for the year ended September 30, 2024. The audited financial statements of Point Lisa's Industrial Port Development Corporation Limited, PLIBDECO, for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The audited financial statements of the National Enterprises Limited for the year ended September 30, 2024. The annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission for the year ended September 30, 2024. The annual reports of the First Citizens Group Financial Holdings Limited and its subsidiaries for the year ended September 30, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that papers 4 to 10 and 14 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee, and papers 11 to 13 and 15 to 17 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Enterprises Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 4 to 10 and 14 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee, and papers 11 to 13 and 15 to 17 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. I'll call on the Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay before this Honourable House the annual report on the operations of the Strategic Service Agency for the year 2023, and also the annual report on the operations of the Interception of Communications Act, Chapter 1508, for the year 2023.
The Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Ministers of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, Transport and Civil Aviation, and Minister of Public Utilities. 1. The National Climate Change Policy 2025. 2. The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule, Order 2025. 22. The Annual Administrative Report of the Trinidad and Tobago Waste Management Company Limited, SWIMCOL, for the fiscal year 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Urgent questions.
Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. Given that a large number of employees were dismissed from the Unemployment Relief Program, would the Minister inform of any relief to be provided to the dismissed employees?
Minister of Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the callous treatment that the last government meted out to those persons they fired from that same program when they took office, relief will be provided to those who apply and qualify for social welfare grants under our very new and astute Minister of the People, Ms. Vandana Mohit. Mr. Speaker, relief will be provided to the general population because getting rid of corruption and ghost gangs and criminals will make more money available to this country. Relief will be provided to those workers as well as the general population because the money saved from that corruption that was so rampant under the last government will be utilized to create new jobs, meaningful jobs to real people, not ghost gangs and not ghosts in the office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister, beyond the petty politics of a previous response, indicate
a supplemental question, and you know the rules. A supplemental question cannot be interlaced with invective, commentary, opinion, editorializing. Ask a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, beyond Can the
Is there a
minister,
question? Ask a question.
can the minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. Can the minister indicate if there is any specific plan within her ministry for retraining or redeployment of these dismissed URP workers?
Not allowed. The question is, given that a large number of employees were dismissed, would the minister inform of any relief to be provided to the dismissed workers? Retraining is not supplemental to relief. Not allowed. You may proceed, Diego Martin Central.
Mr. Speaker, are there any measures that have been taken to prevent similar large-scale dismissals in the future? And has any assessment been conducted on the wider community itself?
Well, first of all, is it dismissals on a general basis? Is it dismissals with regard to that particular? Listen, this is the first session. It is not for me to disambiguate your questions. If you're going to ask questions, you must ask questions which are unambiguous and specific and fall within the rules. This is not a process of disambiguation, so not allowed. And I think those are the two questions that were. Sorry? Yeah? Next, can we move on to the next question from the Martin Central, please?
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. In light of the tragic shooting of SRP officer Jamal Charles while on duty at the ministry's Kent House compound on September 11, 2025, will the minister advise what immediate psychological and other support services have been extended to staff who were impacted by this incident?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This, I could say, is a sensible question. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to begin.
Not engage in the unnecessary editorializing, and let's just answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by extending our deepest condolences to the family of Jamal Charles, his widow, of course, to his colleagues and the staff at the ministry and the municipal police unit in particular. Mr. Speaker, I just left the ministry. Of course, you could imagine that it is a very traumatized atmosphere. I met with the ACP, Sagram Singh, who is head of the municipal police unit, the deputy PS, and we already have arranged crisis counseling for the employees on the compound, because you will appreciate the incident took place on the compound, but because Mr. Charles was a very jovial, interactive person, many of the employees knew him. So there's a sense of solemn at the Ministry of Local Government on this tragic incident, and we once again extend our deepest condolences to the family of Jamal Charles, SRP, who lost his life. Thank you.
Member for Diego Martin Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister again, can you say whether the ministry will provide any sort of long-term counseling to the staff and their families beyond the immediate aftermath of the incident?
So, Mr. Speaker, this incident took place at 3:15 or thereabouts yesterday evening. It is still very early. In fact, the investigation is still ongoing into the cause of the death, and I want to thank my colleague, Minister of Homeland Security, for ensuring that we have a full investigation. But we also have, in addition to the crisis counseling organized at the Ministry for staff, the support of the Victim Support Unit at the TTBS, and they will advise us if we need to further engage, because you will appreciate it's the employees who are very traumatized because the incident took place on the venue at the ministry's head office. But you also have, in terms of his friends, his relatives, it's a very sudden and unexpected thing. So certainly we will be guided by the resources from the Honorable Roger Alexander in regards to the Victim Support Unit. So we wait to be guided, Mr. Speaker, and I really don't want us to be preemptive in terms of what we jump in to prescribe.
For Diego Martin Central.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, given that you have engaged the TTPS, is the Ministry also engaging the TTPS to look at the security measures being implemented at Kent House and any other ministry
not allowed,
compound?
not sufficiently connected to the primary question. Not allowed. There's no nexus, member for Diego Martin Central. I appreciate your angst at not being allowed to ask the questions, but the rules are plain and simple. Well, behavioral demonstrability. All right, so, but the rules are clear, and we all know the rules. So I would appreciate you members not trying to slip questions past me. Thank you very much.
Introduction of bills. The Constitution Amendment Bill. Statements by ministers.
Members, I am informed that the Honorable Prime Minister wishes to make a statement. However, I will further inform members that that statement will be deferred to later in the proceedings. So I will crave your indulgence to allow the Honorable Prime Minister to make the statement later on in today's proceedings. Thank you very much.
Introduction of bills. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
The Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Bill Compliance Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
The Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Calling the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Call on the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Public Business, Government Business Bills, second reading.
Call on the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this Honourable House not only to advocate for a constitutional amendment, but to propose a complete shift in how Trinidad and Tobago grows its talent and seizes its competitive edge for the future. We can no longer afford inaction while other nations benefit from the skills and passion of our grandsons and granddaughters. This amendment represents more than legal housekeeping. It is a declaration that Trinidad and Tobago is ready to move from piecemeal reactive policy to decisive strategic reform. We are at a crossroad. By aligning our laws with ambitions, we can unlock the true potential of our people at home and across the globe. Today's debate is about more than technical legislative amendment. It is about who we are and who we wish to become as a nation. All of us, Mr. Speaker, has witnessed when sport united Trinidad and Tobago, when Hazley Crawford brought Olympic gold, when Keyshawn Walcott soared in London, and when the Soca Warriors carried the hopes of our people. These were moments that built the nation in real time. They proved that power of sport to bind us together and lift our pride, showing every triumph aboard unites us here at home. This amendment is about more than legal clause. It is about national identity, about extending opportunity and pride to our diaspora family. The greatest resource we have is not beneath our feet, but wherever a Trinbagonian heart beats across the world. With this bill, we invite our children and grandchildren to bring their talent, their capital, and their passion back home, helping to write the next chapter of our national story. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it absolutely clear. This amendment is not a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor a reactive measure. It is a product of careful planning and strategic intent rooted firmly in our national vision for development. The Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs carry a crucial responsibility of shaping the future of sport in Trinidad and Tobago. Our mission is to ensure that the full spectrum of benefits, global recognition, national unity, and pride, increased visitors, and expanded economic opportunities flows directly to our citizens. This move perfectly aligns with the National Sport Policy 2017 to 2027. It is not a departure, rather it is a fast-tracking process. With this amendment, we are equipping ourselves with the modern legal tools needed to thrive and win in today's competitive world. While our policy foundation is strategic and long-term, what brought us here today? is immediate and pressing. In February 2024, the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association wrote to my ministry with an urgent request that crystallized their entire debate. The TTFA identified talented high-performance footballers of Trinbagonian grandparent heritage, established professionals competing in top European and North American leagues who want to wear our red, white, and black and represent the land of their grandparents on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, this is not about abstract policy. This is about real people with real Trinbagonian blood who feel a deep connection to our soil and want to honor that heritage. The fact that these athletes with multiple options available to them are actively choosing Trinidad and Tobago validates the strength and appeal for our national brand. When our diaspora reaches out to us, shouldn't we reach back out? We must, because time is running out. The 2026 FIFA World Cup qualification is in its final stages. The tournament has expanded to 48 teams. CONCACAF has 6 guaranteed slots, and small nations like ours typically see disproportionate returns from World Cup participation. We need every eligible Trinbagonian on that field to compete effectively. Every day we delay weakens our national team chances and denying our coaches legend, Dwight York and Russell Atapi, the full complement of talent needed to build a winning squad. FIFA and other international sporting bodies require citizenship documentation, not promises. Current neutralization processes create timing uncertainties, and international competition schedules simply cannot accommodate. This is not a matter for committee delays, Mr. Speaker. It demands decisive parliamentary action. Inaction is not neutral. It is an active choice to forfeit competitive advantage and tell these young men and women that their desire to serve Trinidad and Tobago is not our priority. We must answer their call today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our approach is grounded in simplicity and international best practice. This international precedent, also commonly referred to as the grandparent rule or the grandparent law, is globally recognized. Common sense principle granting citizenship by bloodline, even if the parent never claimed their own citizenship. This approach is neither radical nor untested. It is how modern nations keep lasting ties with their global families. We propose a responsible phase strategy, act quickly to address urgent needs while carefully building a sustainable framework for future generations. In this way, we meet today's challenges and secure tomorrow's opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the first phase of the amendment is a precise, rapid response to an immediate challenge. It grants citizenship to high-performance foreign-born athletes with Trinbagonian grandparents. These measures directly addresses the TTFA's call to enable us to quickly strengthen the football team and all sporting disciplines by tapping into our global talent pool. International bodies such as FIFA, ICC, World Rugby, and World Athletics already recognize the grandparent law. Therefore, we are simply aligning with established global standards. While over 300,000 third-generation Trinbagonians overseas, even a small fraction with elite ability could double our national talent pool, an invaluable boost ahead of Olympics and World Championship qualifiers. This action secures a swift and meaningful win for our country without delay or unnecessary complexity. The second phase of our plan is guided by responsible, comprehensive government action. Mr. Speaker, we know the benefits of this policy reach well beyond sports, boosting our economy, diversing our workforce, and enriching our culture. That's why, after careful review, we will extend third-generation citizenship to other eligible foreign-born individuals who bring valuable skills, investment, or expertise to our nation. This measured step-by-step strategy transforms citizenship from a reactive process to a proactive talent acquisition, ensuring high standards and institutional readiness as we move forward. By acting now on urgent sporting needs while planning carefully for broader implementation, we balance immediate impact while lasting national progress, truly the mark of good governance. Mr. Speaker, national security remains paramount. This amendment will only benefit those with authentic grandparent ties to Trinidad and Tobago. Financial means or sporting ability alone will not qualify anyone. Every applicant will undergo rigorous vetting, including biometric and biographic screening, interagency checks, and a full background review, all in consultation with the Ministry of Homeland Security. Integration protocols will ensure new citizens under both their responsibilities and opportunities as we safeguard our nation's safety while investing in our diaspora family. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of this amendment is built on three compelling pillars: reclaiming our sporting destiny, strengthening regional competitiveness, and sparking a new era of national development. For too long, Mr. Speaker, talented athletes with deep Trinbagonian roots has brought glory to other nations because of our restrictive citizenship law, costing us medals, role models, and national pride. The proof is clear. Icons like Trinidadian-born athletes Anthony Nesty, Glenroy Gilbert, who won Olympic gold for Canada, and Karen Clement, who won Olympic gold for the United States. And let's just reflect on this one. Lewis Hamilton, the 7-time Formula One world champion, one of the greatest sportsmen in history, whose heritage traces right back to this soil. And most relevant to the bill before us today, consider the world-class athlete of Trinidadian grandparent, Sloane Stephens, the 2017 US Open tennis champion. And Dina Asher Smith, the 2019 200-meter world champion for Great Britain. All found success under foreign flag despite a strong Trinidad and Tobago heritage. Every champion we lose is a missed inspiration and a loss to our national story. Meanwhile, other countries actively recruit and neutralize elite diaspora athletes with sophisticated talent systems, while we have lagged behind ad hoc approach and missed on global talent. These amendments address not only urgent sporting needs, but also our long-standing failure to systematically identify and recruit our own. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is not an experiment. It is the essential next step to keep up with regional peers. Our neighbors like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Jamaica, and Guyana have all updated their laws to embrace their diaspora, allowing third-generation descendants to claim citizenship, especially to strengthen their national teams and deepen global connections. Meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago, with one of the largest Caribbean diasporas abroad, has fallen behind. Just Tuesday evening, Mr. Speaker, our national football team was defeated in Jamaica through goals scored by Bailey Kadematari and John Russell, both of whom were born in England. Mr. Kadematari is a former England under-19 player who became eligible to represent the Reggae Boys because his parental grandfather is Jamaican. We are at a competitive disadvantage, and it is a disadvantage of our own making, Mr. Speaker. It is time to level the playing field. evidence is clear. Across the Caribbean, proactive engagement with the diaspora is the norm, not the expectation. As we saw recently, Jamaica national football success now depends on foreign-born talent eligible because of progressive laws. Trinidad and Tobago must act now, learn from others, and lead from the front, lest we be left in regional competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is far more than a sport initiative. It is about identity, inclusion, and nation building. Trinidad and Tobago has suffered one of the highest brain drain rates in the region, losing hundreds of thousands of skilled citizens over the decades. The grandparent rule opens doors for their descendants to return with international expertise, capital, and commitment, countering our losses and contributing to economic and cultural renewal. Unlike transactional citizenship programs, this amendment forges lasting ties, turning brain drain into brain gain and anchoring Trinidad and Tobago's future on a foundation of genuine connection and shared destiny. For years, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has lost out on billions in potential remittances and investment due to the migration of skilled citizens and limited engagement with their descendants. Remittances stood at about $100 million annually in 2022, far less than Jamaica's $4.2 billion, driven by its embrace for its diaspora. With a diaspora of over 500,000 in North America and the UK, even a modest uptick in reconnecting grandchildren could double or triple these flows, adding as much as $200 million per year and matching our Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs budget for an entire Olympic cycle. This amendment would also unlock larger benefits, increase investment in business and real estate, more skilled professionals returning home, and tourism revenues from diaspora visiting their ancestral homeland. Diaspora investment is unlikely suitable, often motivated by patriotic discount, loyalty during global uncertainties, turning a one-way loss into a platform of growth, jobs, and prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment does more than economic needs. It is a catalyst for social renewal and cultural strength. By inviting not only athletes, but also doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, and academics home, we tackle brain drain and rejuvenate sectors critical to national progress. The result is a dynamic cycle of skills and experience flowing both ways, enriching Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, culturally, this policy deepens ties with our global family, empowering 300,000 third-generation descendants to become official cultural ambassadors, participate in our great festivals, and proudly share our heritage worldwide. Nations like Italy allow citizenship up to great-grandchildren. They do not see it as giving away citizenship, but securing soft power. Ireland has 5 million citizens home, but 70 million abroad, claiming Irish heritage. Trinidad and Tobago cannot afford to remain small when we have the bloodline to think big. Mr. Speaker, some argue that this amendment will dilute our citizenship, but in truth, it strengthens it by welcoming grandchildren to our own citizen, bloodlines that connect, not divide. Citizenship by descent is a global norm, reflected in our Constitution and supported by robust diplomatic coordination and compliance with international sport regulations. Concerns about sidelining local athletes are unfounded, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will be paired with the most comprehensive sport infrastructure reform in our history. Requiring NGBs to identify both local and diaspora talent systematically. The ministry is committed to training administrators, coaches, and personnel to world-class standards and will foster global partnership and a digital talent registry for effective talent recruitment and development. Grassroots investment will not be neglected. Community outreach, upgraded facilities, and development obligation will ensure local athletes always have opportunities. The goal is bigger. Stronger athlete pool to keep Trinidad and Tobago competitive, not just in sport, but across all areas vital to national progress. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment to Section 5 of the Citizenship Act will now allow a grandparent who is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to make an application for citizenship for his grandchild if he or she is under the age of majority. Mr. Speaker, Section 5(1)(b) of the Citizenship Act currently provides for an application for citizenship by descent to be made by the child within 1 year of attaining the age of majority. This section will mean that when the child turns 19, he or she can no longer make an application for citizenship. So, you see, Mr. Speaker, under the current law, these are issues which must be addressed. Thus, this amendment is necessary as we are now proposing that there will be no time limit on a person who are turning the age of majority to make an application for citizenship by descent. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment will provide, 1, the minister shall cause a child born outside of Trinidad and Tobago whose parent or grandparent is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, including by descent, to be granted a certificate of citizenship of Trinidad and Tobago upon receipt of the prescribed application made. A, by the responsible parent, guardian, or grandparent of such child before a child attains full age, or B, by the child on his attaining full age. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that for ease of doing business and convenience, and more so for consistency in the application process, there will be no differences in the application processes made by the person desirous of acquiring either second-generation citizenship to those desirous of acquiring third-generation citizenship. Mr. Speaker, in order to make all our laws consistent and compliant with the Constitution, a consequential amendment to Section 5 of our Citizenship of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 1.50 is necessary. Mr. Speaker, both Section 17(3) of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Citizenship Act provide for application for citizenship to the second generation of a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. The proposed amendments.
Standing Order 48.1, we are not dealing with the Citizenship Act. We are dealing with the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. There is no bill before us on the Citizenship Act.
What the minister is indicating is that because of this constitutional amendment, it will impact Section 5 of the... Hang on a second, would you? It will impact Section 5 of the Citizenship Act as well. So legislation, as we all know, cannot be looked at in a hermetically sealed compartment. All right? But legislation must be looked at across the board, so there are various pieces of legislation which may affect other pieces. So I guess the short answer to what I'm saying is that the minister is entitled fully to refer to other pieces of legislation. Whether he chooses to bring the amendment now or later or otherwise is a matter entirely for the policy makers. It is not for me to say that he can't refer to it. And it will be, let me just simply say, it would not be correct to suggest that the minister is debarred from referring to other pieces of legislation. So I guess short order overruled. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Another standing order. I mean, two people can't stand, you know. I am now raising 51 because we do not have any proposed amendments to the Citizenship Act before us. This is anticipation.
Well, let me just describe the confidence of the submission you make is misconceived, misplaced. Whether you anticipate it or not, it doesn't affect what I have to rule. It is misplaced and misconceived. Whether the amendment, as I've said before, whether the minister chooses to place the amendment here, now, later, or never is a matter entirely for policymakers. It doesn't debar the minister from referring to what might become a necessary amendment. It's a simple enough point, quite frankly. Overruled. Minister, continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, this is in context. The amendment will be moved later on. So, Mr. Speaker, both Section 17.3 of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Citizenship Act provide for applications for citizenship to the second generation of a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. The proposed amendments before this Honourable House today shall allow both the Constitution and the Citizenship Act to be extended in order to facilitate applications for citizenship of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. From third-generation citizens born outside of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, Section 5 of the Citizenship Act states, 5.1, the minister shall cause a child born outside of Trinidad and Tobago of a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago by descent to be granted a certificate of citizenship of Trinidad and Tobago upon receipt of the prescribed application made. A, by the responsible parent or guardian of such child before the child attains full age, or B, by the child within 1 year of his attaining his majority, according to the law of the country of which he is a citizen, or on his attaining full age. 2, a person to whom a certificate of citizenship of Trinidad and Tobago is granted under Section 1 is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago by descent for all the purposes of the law relating to citizenship, save that nothing in subsection 1 applies to a child of a person who became a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago by reason of that subsection. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to this amendment to the Citizenship Act, it is the government's policy and intention to provide citizenship of Trinidad and Tobago to these persons who can be considered of the third generation. The policy of the government is that the child of a grandchild who acquires citizenship under the proposed amendment to the law would not be captured under this amendment. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the choice before this House is clear and urgent. Embrace the future with vision or remain constrained by outdated laws. This amendment will unlock over $500 million US in diaspora contribution, bolster our sporting legacy, and align us with both regional progress and international standards. It answers the call for sporting excellence, advances regional competitiveness, and is a direct investment in national development, reversing brain drain, closing skills gap, and strengthening our unique identity. This is not about diluting citizenship or importing talent, Mr. Speaker. It is about recognizing family, uniting our global Trinbagonian community, and building a stronger, more dynamic nation. Support for this amendment is a vote for a prosperous, unified Trinidad and Tobago, one that celebrates every citizen and every achievement, wherever in the world our flag is raised. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a second time. Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the contribution of the member for La Hoqueta Talparo was misleading, incomplete, and avoided one of the main purposes of the bill before the Parliament. I dare say deliberately. The problem with this bill is not the whole question of allowing jus sanguinis citizenship through the grandparent. That's not the problem with this bill. The problem with this bill is the inexplicable reason or the lack of reason for including clause 4B and clause 4C. The other problem is that this bill, when it becomes an act, because they have the majority, will not deal with the issue that the member put to the House, specifically with respect to our national football team. You see, FIFA for many years now has become aware of attempts by various countries to create better football teams by giving persons from other countries citizenship. And they have clamped down on it. And in order to be eligible, FIFA's eligibility rule with respect to representation of a country, in order to be eligible, one of your biological parents must have been born in the country that you wish to acquire citizenship of, and one of your biological grandparents, or one of your biological grandparents was born in that country. Clauses 4B and C remove that requirement. And the minister did not get into the Constitution, the meaning and the purport of Section 17 of our Constitution, did not at any time explain why we are now going to allow citizenship to persons who are born outside of Trinidad and Tobago of parents who are citizens otherwise than by descent, because you're deleting those words from Section 17(3) of our Constitution. And I think it's important, because the minister didn't deal with it at all, I think it's important that we deal with it. So I will read Section 17(3). Section 17(3) of the Constitution allows a person born outside Trinidad and Tobago after the commencement of the Constitution to become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth, if at that date either of his parents is or was, but for his parents' death, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago otherwise than by descent. Now, those words, otherwise than by descent, are very important. Because in order to become a citizen by descent at the present time, your parent, one of your parents, must have been born in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we have no objection to extending that to grandparents. Other countries are doing it. St. Vincent did it most recently. Jamaica has a bill before a joint select committee of its parliament in order to reform its constitution in order to make Jamaica a republic. And in that bill before a joint select committee of the Jamaican parliament, again, there is a qualification that you can become a citizen of Jamaica if your parent or your grandparent was born in Jamaica. So the Jamaicans and the Vincentians, because the Vincentians amended their laws very, very recently, 2023, in fact, and again qualified the citizenship by descent to persons whose parents or grandparents were born in St. Vincent. And that is the Jamaican model as well. That is the current Trinidad and Tobago law. But now, by clause 4b, by deleting the words otherwise than and including the words, substituting the word including, and by deleting the words otherwise than by descent and substituting the words including by descent, you have created a situation where you can have endless levels of citizenship by descent. Because no longer does your parent, or if this thing is passed, your grandparent, have to be born in Trinidad and Tobago. Your parent could be born in Canada, in England, somewhere else. Your grandparent could be born in another country. And by virtue of clauses 4b and clause 4c, you now remove the requirement or the limitation that you can't get citizenship if you're born outside of Trinidad and Tobago, unless one of your parents was born in Trinidad and Tobago. And we need to understand why you're doing this. Other countries don't do this. If you look at the United Kingdom, for example, they allow jus sanguinis. They allow citizenship by blood, but they limit it to a connection to a relative who was born in the United Kingdom. So in England, if you're born outside of England, to a person born in England, you can apply to be a citizen of the United Kingdom. Similarly, if you're born outside the United Kingdom, and your grandparent was born in the United Kingdom, you can apply to be a citizen of the United Kingdom. But if neither your parent nor your grandparent was born in England, you can't get it. In Jamaica, you can't get it. In St. Vincent, you can't get it. And this is our current law. And the government has not explained why you are removing this connection to the country. Because if you look at all the sporting federations, international sporting federations, whether it is World Athletics, which is the replacement for the International Amateur Athletic Federation, or World Swimming, which is the replacement for FINA, all of them are requiring a real connection to the country if you want to adopt the citizenship or acquire the citizenship of a country. They require you to have a real connection to that country by blood. In other words, your parent or your grandparent was born in that country. This bill gets rid of that. And I would like to know why. What are you up to? Why is it that you would now allow a Canadian, somebody born in Canada, to somebody who is not born in Trinidad and Tobago to become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago? No other country does that. And I heard the minister speak about Italy and he's uninformed. On the 2nd of April 2025, just a couple months ago, Italy decided it had enough of this and it amended its law. And Italy is no longer allowing this endless line of succession going all the way back to your great-grandparents and so on. They're done with that. They're done with that. In 2025, the Italians changed its rules. And why did Italy change its rules? And I have here a quote from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, and I'm reading from an article dated 2nd April 2025 in Al Jazeera. And this is what the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Italy, Antonio Tajani, had to say. He said the system was outdated, where you could just go back to your great-grandparents and even further back in Italy. And the change in law was designed to crack down on abusers who become Italian to overcome travel restrictions. It's clear to me, this bill is not to help any footballer. Because to represent Trinidad and Tobago in football, your parent or your grandparent has to be born in Trinidad and Tobago. To represent Trinidad and Tobago in athletics, Olympics, your parent or your grandparent has to be born in Trinidad and Tobago. So what on earth is going on here, where you're removing that requirement for the parent or the grandparent to be born in Trinidad and Tobago? And this is what the Italian minister had to say. Persons were acquiring Italian citizenship to overcome travel restrictions. Italy's passport ranks 3rd in the world for visa-free or visa or on arrival travel, and the Trinidad and Tobago passport. Any diplomat will tell you, any head of mission of Trinidad and Tobago will tell you, the Trinidad and Tobago passport is a very powerful passport. You can enter all of the Schengen states, for example, the EU countries, without a visa. So what this bill is going to do is going to allow somebody born outside Trinidad to somebody born outside Trinidad, from somebody born outside Trinidad, to get a Trinidad and Tobago passport and all the benefits that that Trinidad and Tobago passport brings. It does not help anybody who wants to play football for Trinidad and Tobago, or anybody who wants to compete in the Olympic Games in track and field for Trinidad and Tobago, because those two federations very intelligently have made it mandatory that there must be a direct connection to the country parent or grandparent. So the person here who's born outside Trinidad and Tobago, to somebody born outside Trinidad and Tobago, to somebody born outside Trinidad and Tobago, who now will get citizenship through this, cannot represent Trinidad and Tobago in football or in athletics or in other major sports. So the government has to come clean. What are you up to? Why do you have these additional clauses here? What's going on? What's going on? Is it voter padding? What's going on? Why are you creating a category of citizenship that is almost unknown in the rest of the world? Even in India, to become an Indian citizen, your parent or grandparent must be born in India. And don't confuse that with overseas citizenships. That's an entirely different thing. That does not make the person a full citizen of India. That is simply giving somebody the opportunity to live and work in India, but they don't get full citizenship of India. So don't confuse that. You want to be an Indian citizen, you were born outside India, your parent or your grandparent must have been born in India. England, same thing. United States, same thing. So why is Trinidad and Tobago now going to be an outlier where neither your parent nor your grandparent has to be born in Trinidad and Tobago for you to get citizenship by descent? What are they up to? What are they up to? As I said, is it to encourage voter padding? Is it to give citizenship to persons who will have no connection whatsoever to Trinidad and Tobago? Persons who never come to Trinidad and Tobago? Persons whose parent and grandparent were not born in Trinidad and Tobago? What is that all about? And it could keep going. You could pass it on to your children. Because no longer is there a requirement for your parent or your grandparent to be born in Trinidad and Tobago in order to get citizenship under Section 17.3 of the Constitution. So what is the government up to? Why are you doing this? Why is it that every other country wants to reach out to the diaspora? The minister's fine-sounding words, let me see what you say. Unlock the true potential of our people. wherever Trinbagonian heart beats abroad. What is this all about? What is this all about? He said the bill is deliberate and strategic in intent. Nonsense. It's not neither strategic nor deliberate if it wants to allow persons to represent Trinidad and Tobago in sport, because you're going to get trapped by the jus soli rule, which is by birth, citizenship by birth, the jus soli rule. You're going to get trapped there. And you see these federations, they're not stupid, you know. They know what countries do. It all started with Qatar, for example, that was going to have a national team comprised of persons who had no connection whatsoever to Qatar. Qatar plenty money. So they're going all over the world looking for talent and naturalizing people. And FIFA said, we're not allowing that. You could only have players on your national football team if their parent or their grandparent was born in Qatar. That started it many, many years ago. And that's not going to stop. In fact, it's going to get worse as time goes by. And as more and more countries attempt to get around the birth rule and try to bring in people, I can assure you that right now, not a single person would qualify to play football for Trinidad and Tobago if they are born outside of Trinidad and Tobago to somebody who is born outside of Trinidad and Tobago and therefore became a citizen by descent because their grandparent was born in Trinidad and Tobago. I can assure it's not going to happen. So we on this side, Mr. Speaker, we want to know what is behind the purport. What is the purport and intent of 4B and 4C? Why do countries limit citizenship by descent? I mean, it should be obvious. Obviously, to manage immigration, to uphold national identity, and that's the most important thing. The minister made a lot of noise about the diaspora and outreaching and national identity and connecting with people and so on. But you limit citizenship by descent to uphold national identity, to prevent potential security risks that arise from dual citizenship. So why are you doing this? Why are you creating a new category of citizenship where neither your parent nor your grandparent has to be born in Trinidad and Tobago? And that is the whole point here. We have no objection to grandparents being added to the Constitution. No big thing. Other countries doing it. We have no problem with that. If your grandparent born here, fine. Sure. Extend the lineage, extend the generations that way. But we cannot agree to 4B and 4C, and I have sent amendments, which I expect will be circulated soon, to delete clauses 4B and 4C. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Arangwa, St. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the constitutional amendment bill now before this honorable House. I have listened with some concern to my learned friend on the other side from St. Anne's. St. Anne's West. Tigo Martin, no. And I'm. St. Anne's contribution. And I'm trying to assimilate what exactly he is saying. We are confused. We have conferred, one or two of us on this side, trying to understand my friend's contribution. It is a very simple amendment. Mr. Speaker, when you look at clause 17.3 of the Constitution, and I'll just read it for purposes of clarity. A person born outside Trinidad and Tobago after the commencement of this Constitution shall become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth. Let's pause there. A person born outside of Trinidad after the commencement of the Constitution shall become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth, if at that date either of his parents is or was, but for his parents' death, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, otherwise than by descent. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, runs a line through from his parents to the death, so it will now read, a person born outside Trinidad and Tobago after the commencement of this Constitution shall become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth, if at that date either, and this is what we introduced, his parents or grandparents is or was, but for his parents or grandparents' death. What is the objection to that? Including by descent. What is the problem with that? We have asked ourselves, what is the problem with that? We have heard the Honorable Minister of Sports. We want to attract a pool of talent, extending one more generation to from the grandparent side. Throughout the world, and there are numerous articles in international papers, the United States, everybody is enlarging their pool of talent to recruit to play for their national teams. We have been left out in the cold. Our latest count is that about 40 or 50 persons who fall within this category want to play for the red, white, and black. We want to encourage them. My friend is trying to create a fear, and I'm still trying to understand what is the fear he's raising.
Just frightened.
And if you read on to the section, Mr. Speaker, so, however, that in the case of a person employed in service under government or under any authority of the government that requires him, etc., for the proper discharge of his functions, this subsection shall be read as if the words including by descent, otherwise by descent is now amended to mean including by descent were deleted. His concern is including by descent? That is his concern? What is the problem with that? We are simply enlarging the pool. If there are going to be abuses of the system, everybody tries to abuse the system anywhere in the world. It is obviously going to be counteracted. It's an application that you have to make, and you will come and the relevant authorities will determine it. Let's not create fears where there are no fears. Let's not cast shadows where there are no shadows. It is a very simple bill, clearly put forward by the Minister of Sport, and they are finding shadows and ghosts. This is not the only place there were ghosts, Mr. I read with concern this morning, and all of us read with concern this morning, that the program director, I'm not going to call his name, found 8,000 ghosts.
They are looking for ghosts in football?
We are now coming here in the Parliament today looking for more ghosts. Mr. Speaker, we entirely reject that submission. Trinidad and Tobago is a nation with people everywhere in the world, and carrying our culture, our values, and our pride. This bill considers an amendment that recognizes those bonds and ensures that the grandchildren of our citizens, many of whom already see themselves as part of the national story, are given the opportunity to stand fully as members of this republic. Mr. Speaker, the measure before us may appear simple in its drafting, just 4 clauses, but it carries significant implications for the way we define citizenship and for how we engage with the global Trinidad and Tobago family. This amendment is both a legal adjustment and a statement of principle, a recognition that national belonging often extends deeper than one generation or geographical border. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn specifically to the purpose of the bill and the constitutional provisions that it seeks to amend. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through that already for the time of the birth and so on. Of particular importance in this debate, Mr. Speaker, is subsection 3, which I've just read. That subsection currently provides that a person born outside of Trinidad and Tobago after the commencement of the Constitution shall become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his or her birth, if at that date either of his parents is or was, but for the parents that a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, otherwise by descent. Mr. Speaker, I went through that, and that clause has been amended. In either of the scenarios, the grandchild who still has a clear and traceable ancestral link to Trinidad and Tobago through a grandparent is unfairly excluded from recognition as a citizen. By relying solely on the parents, the current constitutional framework creates a gap which severs a legitimate connection to our nation. Extending that provision to grandparents ensures the authentic bond between a person and the country is preserved across generations, especially in our globalized world, where families are often dispersed but remain entirely rooted in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, this is a simple majority bill. Section 4 of the Constitution delineates the power vested in the Parliament to alter provisions of the Constitution. Section 54 of the Constitution says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament may alter any of the provisions of the Constitution or, insofar as it forms parts of the law of Trinidad and Tobago, any of the provisions of Trinidad and Tobago Independence Act 1962. Mr. Speaker, Section 54 outlines the sections that require either a two-thirds majority in either house of the Parliament, or in some instances, not less than 3/4 of all members of the House of Representatives, and not less than 2/3 of all members of the Senate. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Section 13 of the Constitution addresses acts of the Parliament that are inconsistent with 4 and 5, which are deemed inconsistent with the fundamental rights and freedom of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment to Section 17 does not fall within the specified provisions delineated under Section 54. Furthermore, the amendment is not inconsistent with the fundamental rights and freedoms guaranteed under 4 and 5 of the Constitution. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not require a special majority for its passage and can be passed via simple majority. Mr. Speaker, allow me to reaffirm something I believe with conviction and have advocated in my constituency. Our young people deserve more than promises, they deserve a future. They deserve opportunities, mentorship, and a future they can believe in. A future built not on fear. A future built not on fear. My friend is trying to inject fear into a simple provision to ensure the grandchildren of our country participate in the future of our country. And the objective failed. Let us move away from that. Let us embrace the opportunity. A future where their talents, whether on the field, in the classroom, or in business, are recognized and empowered. In my constituency and across this country, we have seen the erosion of safe public spaces, such as basketball courts, has signaled something deeper, that our young people are being put out of the spaces where their dreams are built. My passion for the youth of the country is one of the main reasons I proudly support this bill, because it stands to benefit our young persons throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents key reform that will uplift not only our young people, but the future of national sport in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the most immediate and strategic benefits of this legislation is the expansion of our national talent pool, particularly in high-performance sports such as football, hockey, swimming, cricket, track and field. The amendment allows individuals with a Trinidad and Tobago grandparent to qualify for citizenship and, by extension, for national team eligibility. The athletes who, although born abroad, have strong ancestral ties to our nations and have a deep desire to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Many of them have benefited from world-class sporting systems in Europe, the UK, United States, and Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are living examples of how talent, when embraced and nurtured, can lift the spirit of an entire nation. Consider Chris Birchall, who qualified to represent Trinidad and Tobago through his mother, a proud daughter of our soil. Though born in England, Chris chose to represent the red, black, and white on the international stage, becoming an integral part of the Soca Warriors' historic journey to the 2006 International Federation of Football FIFA World Cup in Germany. His decision to play for Trinidad and Tobago, bringing with him skill, commitment, and an unshakable sense of pride, was a reminder that our nation's strength extend beyond our borders. Following in the footsteps of our very own Dwight York and Russell Latapy, Birchall's contribution proved that heritage and identity can unite us across nations. His journey demonstrates that with the right opportunities, our people, whether born here or abroad, can excel on the world's greatest stages and bring honor to their homeland. It reminds us that in our diaspora, whether in Europe, Asia, North America, or in the Caribbean, carries within them a reservoir of talent that must never be overlooked. And such talent must not be limited only to parental descent, but also grandparents. Let us put this in perspective. Before this bill, Trinidad and Tobago is one of 5 countries out of 211 under FIFA that did not have a law such as one before us today. Only one of 5 that did not have. Trinidad and Tobago was one of only 5 countries out of 211 under FIFA that did not have a law such as the one before us today.
Sad, isn't it?
We are trying to rectify a serious problem. A serious problem. In fact, FIFA has already identified and has indicated over Trinidad and Tobago Football Association has identified over 40 players who may now become eligible to represent Trinidad and Tobago coming from Europe, America, and Canada, where players have reached out because of this proposal for this legislation and have shown deep interest to represent this country. What are we going to do with these 40 persons? Come on, guys, let us all say yes to this bill. Let us bring home our talent. Why you want to reject our talent? Citizens is not just about sports or passports. For young people, it is about access to opportunity to compete, to contribute, to represent our beloved nation. It means having the chance to represent your heritage on the world stage. It means stepping into a system that sees your potential and gives you the tools to achieve it. By widening this to our grandchildren, we are cultivating a larger community of young people worldwide who can contribute to Trinidad and Tobago's growth. We are cultivating a larger community of young persons across the diaspora, right here at home, who can be part of our future. This is especially critical for national sport, where access to a broader pool of talented young athletes can happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill does not happen in a vacuum. We have paid attention to our local support for this bill, right? It represents the real needs and aspirations of our sporting community of Trinidad and Tobago. the media reported that the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association, Mr. Kieran Edwards, publicly welcomed the approval of this legislation, emphasizing that it will provide vital support for all our national teams. His comments reflect the practical benefits that will flow into the development of sport and strengthening of national representation. Our Honorable Prime Minister echoed this, stating that many countries have been using this simple law for decades. We are behind time. We are trying to get into the modern world. Please help us, other side. Please. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new or sudden request. Media reports highlighted that this amendment is also good news for our national football coach, Mr. Dwight York, one of our country's most celebrated sporting icons. Upon assuming his post last year, Coach York joined former national coach, Mr. Angus Eve, calling for changes to our immigration and citizenship laws. This government listened to them. I am asking rhetorically, is the other side listening to them? These are our leaders in the sporting community. They are asking for changes to the immigration laws. Both coaches recognize that broadening the eligibility to include those with Trinidad and Tobago grandparents would allow our country to tap into a deeper reservoir of talent, young athletes with strong family ties to our nation to represent us. This is not just needed in football, but across all sports. As my colleague, the Minister of Sport, rightfully acknowledged, this will benefit all sports. In a key statement, he has confirmed that track and field will also benefit immediately from this law. Mr. Speaker, when the leadership of one of our most popular national sports, our decorated coaches, and our living legends are all singing the same song, it is the duty of this honorable House to listen, Mr. Speaker. We must listen. They are not asking for a handout. They are simply asking for a level playing field. This bill simply closes the gap, allowing us to utilize fully the frameworks that our competitors already leverage. Our competitors already leverage that. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous articles. There was even up to one in the Guardian newspaper, Mr. Speaker. This was by Mr. Sean Fuentes. The date of this article was the 2024. Mr. Speaker, this is a comment that he made in his article, and this article was the prologue by Sean Fuentes. He's saying, Mr. Speaker, footballers representing national teams from countries other than their places of birth isn't a new trend. Eusebio, I don't know if my friends on the other side knows of this. I mean, being an avid footballer, it was a Portuguese great, and a top scorer of the 1966 World Cup, was born in Mozambique. Oh, you know the name? Was born in Mozambique, right. Miroslav, you know that name? Klose, the German striker who holds the record for the most goals in World Cup, was born where? In Poland. My friend is saying closer. Closer. Playing for Germany, born in Poland. Right? At the 2022 World Cup, we saw the highest share of foreign-born players in the event's history. The highest share. All the countries in the world sharing it. We want to do that. Is my friends and they want to stop that? They want to go against the tide of history? That is what I'm asking. Close at home, we saw the U.S. national team on a massive recruitment drive for foreign players in recent years. The same goes for Jamaica, Curacao, Suriname, Guyana, and now the likes of St. Lucia and Grenada, benefiting even more with their country's laws being adjusted to accommodate players born to grandparents. Pepe, born in Brazil to Portuguese grandparents, became a key defender for Portugal. Ivan Rakitic, born in Switzerland, you have the name?
But you know you're talking about, so you get the point.
Born in Switzerland to Croatian grandparents, chose to represent Croatia and became a vital part of that team, helping them reach the final of the 2018 World Cup. Guzman, born in Canada to Jamaican parents with Dutch grandparents. Guzman, born in Canada to Jamaican parents with Dutch grandparents, represented the Netherlands and was part of their squad during the 2014 World Cup.
Imbert won, and then won.
So we are seeing worldwide, gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, worldwide. This is nothing new. We are not inventing something. Everybody wants to get the pool, join in the pool, get our young players, bring them back home, let them represent Trinidad and Tobago. Do not stand in the way of this very progressive legislation.
Don't stand.
Mr. Speaker, consider, for instance, the Republic of Ireland, a nation with a proud and vast diaspora. Ireland has long understood the value of maintaining strong ties with those who share its heritage, no matter where they are born. Under Irish law, an individual can apply for citizenship by descent. I think that troubled my friend before. Under Irish law, an individual can apply for citizenship by descent if one of their grandparents was born in Ireland. The authority for this was in Section 16 of the Act. Yes, but that is only one aspect of it. Let's not be myopic. Come on. Let's not be myopic. That's just one aspect of it. Read the tea leaves, what is going on in the world.
Read the tea leaves?
Read the tea leaves. Let us move from a myopic kind of tunnel vision. St. Lucia recently amended its citizenship. Tunnel vision.
What, St. Lucia?
St. Lucia recently amended its Citizenship of St. Lucia Act. Who's from St. Lucia? To extend citizenship by descent, not only through parents, but also through grandparents. In 2016, Grenada enacted the amendments to its Citizenship Act, introducing a provision that grants persons who were born outside of India to Grenada to parents who were at no time citizens of Grenada. You have different permutations of it. Let us understand what is the intention of this act. The law is very clear. We are making some very small amendments to the Citizenship Act, the Constitution, to ensure that our pool is widened. And Mr. Speaker, it was drawn to my attention before I came here, that this can benefit us other than sport. An IDB study conducted in 2023 reported that Caribbean countries can benefit by integrating the diaspora more fully. These benefits, Mr. Speaker, causes the strengthening of national development, improvement of knowledge flows, tourism, trade, remittances, and investment. Trinidad and Tobago have long faced the challenge of a brain drain, where some of our brightest and most capable minds migrate abroad in search of opportunity. The bill gives Trinidad and Tobago the opportunity to reverse this narrative. By extending citizenship, we create new avenues to attract the skills expertise, and global networks of our diaspora. You know, just this yesterday, reading the Trinidad Express, Her Excellency, the President, who presided over the granting of these medals 2023-2024, we were curing some deficiencies, Minister of Education, because they did not give out these medals for 2023-2024 to these bright young students. Our Minister of Education had to make sure that that was done yesterday. And the proud young scholars attended on the President's house, and they stood with Her Excellency. And this is what Her Excellency had to say. When she was giving a speech to these inspirational speech to these young scholars, she said Trinidad and Tobago had recently been plagued by the issue of brain drain, with concerns that investments were made in educating young people who chose to leave and settle abroad. So almost inadvertently, this amendment is going to assist us with this problem of our brain drain. We all know of our young, bright minds who migrate Trinidad and Tobago. When they look back, there are no opportunities, and they stay. If we make it easier for them, Mr. Speaker, they are all going to come back to our country to help us lift us out of the morass that we have found ourselves in. We must acknowledge that the grandparents of our nationals live abroad. They are highly educated, professionally trained, and deeply connected to this country through their family and heritage. Their grandparents might have migrated in search of better opportunities, and they are the ones who have benefited from top university opportunities and skill building. By extending citizenship to them, we are creating a pathway for talent to return, for skills to flow back home, and for potential economic growth. In analyzing migration trends, researchers noted the need for Trinidad and Tobago to develop a policy pertaining to the return of qualified nationals, the exchange of expertise of returning nationals and retirees, the incorporation of overseas communities in national development plans, and the management of brain drain versus brain gain. Trinidad and Tobago today, Mr. Speaker, has taken a step further than just creating a policy, but is endeavoring to create a law which provides a solution to this challenge facing us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must not forget that Trinidad and Tobago itself is home to a campus.
20 seconds, unless you wish to avail yourself of the 15 minutes.
I wish to avail, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must not forget that Trinidad and Tobago itself is home to a campus of one of the most respected institutions of higher learning in the region. The University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, has consistently produced graduates of international caliber, excelling in all fields beneficial to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. By extending citizenship in this way, we not only strengthen the global reputation of UWI, but makes it easier for persons to select UWI as their university of choice. What this means is that instead of losing our brightest minds, we can build a cycle where international students with Trinidad and Tobago lineage come here and contribute to our academic and cultural life with the option to stay after the completion of their studies and contribute towards the development of our economy. It's most important. We know of many students who have gone away. They refuse to come back. We are losing the best of our talent sometimes. By doing this, we are trying to encourage an inflow instead of an outflow. Mr. Speaker, let us consider what this truly means. In the world of work, this amendment dismantles the bureaucratic wall that often stands between our diaspora talent and our nation's needs. Consider the case of a young Trinbagonian descendant, a highly trained, skilled software engineer who spent her career in a tech hub like Toronto. She has the expertise, the global networks, and a desire to establish a tech startup that could create dozens of jobs of young persons in Trinidad and Tobago. Without citizenship, she faces exorbitant paperwork, work permit applications. Mr. Homeland Security, he says he's under deluge of these work permit applications and investment approvals that can be extremely time-consuming with no guarantee of success. We know Trinidad and Tobago people wait for months to get work permit applications, preventing talent, preventing investment, preventing the development of our economy. This bill can help us replace that mounting of uncertainty with an open door. As a citizen, this person can register, return, register her business, hire local talent, and begin contributing to our economy from day one. Think of the energy sector expert, the grandchild of a citizen who has gained invaluable experience in Houston. He has the knowledge of the latest technologies in sustainable energy that Trinidad and Tobago desperately needs. Citizenship empowers him to return, not as a temporary consultant on an expatriate contract, but as a full stakeholder in our nation energy future. The same logic applies to the world of academia. Mr. Speaker, extending citizenship also secures for Trinidad and Tobago a broader pool of individuals who may contribute to our economy, whether through investment, entrepreneurship, or professional expertise. Mr. Speaker, this would yield substantial economic gains for Trinidad and Tobago. The International Monetary Fund conducted a study in 2019 to determine whether inclusive citizenship laws promote economic development. They determined that laws which were more inclusive lead to higher income levels for Trinidad and Tobago than alternative citizenship rules in developing countries. Therefore, expanding this eligibility could help increase economic output per person, especially via diaspora contributions and integrations. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be an open and shut case. It's open and shut. It's a simple amendment. We have seen the benefits across the board, although it is really for the start of our sporting young talent abroad. It will help every aspect of our country, and I ask the other side to fully contribute in supporting to this very progressive piece of legislation, and I so contribute, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, as you all might recall, earlier when we started, I had adverted to the intention of the Honourable Prime Minister to make a statement. I've since received the statement, I've approved the statement, and I will now ask the Honourable Prime Minister to make the statement. Even though it may cross the threshold of 10 minutes.
Maybe not. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues on both sides of the House. And before I make the statement, I really would like to congratulate the Minister of Sports, Honorable Phillip, on his contribution, and of course my colleague, Minister Maharaj. I was very touched and inspired listening to Minister Watson. I do wish to say, Minister Watts came to me very early when we formed the government, and together with the TTFA made this proposal. We wasted no time. We brought it to this House, and we also want to compliment the Honourable Attorney General and his staff for the rapid swiftness in which they produced the bill. So I thank you again for this opportunity to address this Honourable House, and by extension, of course, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I rise today to address a matter that speaks to the very foundation of justice, fairness, and human dignity, a matter that embodies the core of our democracy, the heart of our nation, and the workers who are its lifeblood and strength. For more than a decade, employees of the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago, NIBTT, have been waiting in frustration and deprivation for what was lawfully theirs. A legally binding collective agreement entered into between the PSA and the NIBTT covered the period January 1st, 2014 to December 31st, 2016. This was a legally binding collective agreement. That agreement was solemnly settled, duly signed, and lawfully registered, binding all parties with the full force of law, that is, Government of Trinidad and Tobago and the PSA. Its terms were unambiguous, its obligations undeniable, its enforcement inescapable. And yet, in an unconscionable act of political obstruction, its benefits were deliberately withheld from the very workers it was designed to protect. Mr. Speaker, despite the unambiguous and binding nature of that agreement, the former administration deliberately blocked the NIBTT from honoring its obligations to workers. In doing so, they denied 600 current employees and 350 past employees their lawful entitlements for many years, effectively withholding salary increases that had been due for over 12 years. They placed political interference above the law. They sacrificed justice on the altar of expediency, and in the process, they robbed thousands of our citizens of their rightful salary adjustments and arrears. The human cost was devastating. Almost 6 years of denial and more, 6 years of frustration, and 6 years of prolonged litigation. For all those years, fathers, mothers, clerks, officers, men and women who gave their lives to national service were forced to endure without their just due. Their children also bore the weight, watching their parents struggle as families sacrificed meals, opportunities, and peace of mind because justice was cruelly denied. This was no accident. It was a result of deliberate political interference. The past government chose politics over people, sacrificing justice to protect their narrow interests and reducing citizens to collateral damage in reckless political games. Children were left to suffer, watching opportunities slip away, carrying the scars of deprivation caused not by misfortune, but by the former PNM government's callous abuse of power. That was not governance. That was cruelty disguised as policy, inflicting needless suffering on ordinary families across our nation. Mr. Speaker, that was not just an administrative lapse. It was a grave and moral failure. It was a betrayal of workers, and worse, a willful dereliction of duty to citizens of our nation. The PNM's political interference was not only unprincipled and reckless, it was petty, spiteful, and rooted in partisan abuse of power. That regime abandoned the most sacred responsibility of governance, to uphold the law, to protect the rights of its people, and to serve with integrity. Instead, they weaponized the machinery of the state to punish workers, placing politics above people, and condemning hundreds of families, including their children, to years of needless suffering. Entire communities, Mr. Speaker, were forced to bear the cost of arrogance, vindictiveness, and political spite masquerading as policy. Today, my government has acted decisively to correct this grave injustice and to restore what was lawfully, rightfully, to the workers of the NIBTT, who were denied for far too long. In correcting this wrong, we are reinstating the dignity of workers, we are reaffirming their humanity, and we are upholding the rule of law as a bedrock of our democracy. This action is not only about back pay and arrears, it is about honoring lawful agreements, defending fundamental rights, and providing that in a just democracy, no citizen is ever beneath the protection of the law or beyond the reach of fairness. Accordingly, my cabinet has directed the NIBTT to do the following: to implement the agreed salary adjustments with immediate effect. To facilitate the full and prompt payment of all outstanding arrears to affected employees without delay. Mr. Speaker, I make bold as to say, this is not merely the execution of a contract. This is the restoration of justice and fulfillment of our workers' agenda. And this is, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say, the delivery of another campaign promise. This is another promise we have kept to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When UNC wins, the NIBTT workers win, and everyone wins. Mr. Speaker, let the contrast be unmistakable. The PNM regime blocked justice. This UNC coalition government restores justice. The PNM regime denied workers their lawful entitlements. This UNC coalition government delivers those entitlements. The decision reflects my government's philosophy of inclusive and collaborative governance and our unwavering commitment to advancing the dignity and well-being of workers in every sector. It marks the beginning of a new era of governance, one in which workers will never again be bargaining chips or collateral damage in political games, but will be respected as partners in our national development. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Public Services Association and the employees of the NIBTT for their patience, their resilience, and their steadfast faith that justice would one day prevail. They endured years of uncertainty and despair. Today, their perseverance has been vindicated. I am deeply grateful for their patience and their faith, qualities that reflect not only endurance, but true patriotism. Their service to this nation, even in the face of injustice, speaks to a devotion that strengthens our democracy. We must always remember, workers are not merely employees. They are the heart and soul of our nation. They are the bedrock of our democracy. They sustain our economy. They uphold our communities, and they embody the spirit of service and sacrifice upon which our great nation was built. Under our leadership, we pledge that they will always be justly respected, fairly rewarded, and never again be treated as expendable. And I'm sure the former Minister of Finance and former Ministers of Finance, because I think one was fired and then another one brought. Where you want to know where we're getting the money? We will find the money to do the right thing, to make sure that the workers are taken care of. And so this is part of that promise. And I know for the past months, where you're getting the money, Minister, the money is there. It's to use your creativity, your intelligence, and your integrity to place the money where it rightfully belongs to reward people. Our budget statement will be in early October. We will share with you many more ideas we have for creating more revenue streams and, of course, for creating more jobs. So I will not go into that today. So let me assure this Honourable House, let me assure the national community, this is not an isolated measure. It is the first step in a comprehensive program to address and settle outstanding negotiations across the public service and the state sector. We made a promise to the people. Today we prove once again, promises made are promises kept. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago must never forget. The former PNM regime's obstruction was not only a betrayal of workers, it was a betrayal of our citizens, and it was a dereliction of duty to the nation itself. For 10 years, they placed politics above people, abandoning their responsibility and leaving ordinary families to pay the price of their neglect. In contrast, my government has demonstrated strength, vision, and resolve. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I say again, my government is restoring justice, rebuilding trust, and setting a new standard of governance. In this new paradigm, workers are never pawns in partisan games, but permanent partners in national progress. This is a government which is to be measured not by petty spite or partisan obstruction, but by our fidelity to the rule of law, the defense of democracy, and the justice it delivers to people. This is governance anchored in fairness, accountability, and delivery. It is about building a nation where every citizen can see and feel the results of sound policy in their salaries, in their dignity, in their communities, and in the opportunities secured for their children and their generations to come. This is our vision. This is our vision, a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. And this is my solemn pledge to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Under my leadership, we will always be a nation where rights are respected, democracy is upheld, and justice is delivered. This is a country where progress is shared with every section of society, seen in the dignity of work, felt in the strength of families, and lived in the daily hope of every community across the length and breadth of our country. This is a nation under our governance where partisan gamesmanship and political abuse must never again be placed above people, and where the true measure of our democracy will always be the welfare and dignity of all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I'm advised that pursuant to 24(4), the member for Diego Martin Northeast has one. Diego Martin West. Oh, I see. Well, no questions. So, members, can I invite the member for Diego Martin West to speak on the constitutional amendment bill?
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this critical debate on the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025. On this anniversary of the birth of our opposition leader, a lady who understands the value of citizenship, the member for Arima. You see, the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, our supreme law, to expand citizenship by descent, allowing persons born outside of Trinidad and Tobago to claim citizenship if their grandparent is or was a citizen. And, you know, the member for Arango is St. Joseph. He said born 5 times. 5 times he said born. In every other jurisdiction where this is implemented, birth, 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 birth. It is repeated over and over. Dr. Eric Williams, our first Prime Minister, said, "The strength of the nation depends on the strength of its citizens." He asked about listening, but clearly he is not. I'll tell you all why. He says, "Come on, guys, just say yes." If he listened to the member for Diego Martin Northeast, he said, "We are saying yes, but with amendments that include birth." The member also asked a question. What is the fair? In life, when someone has shown you they eschew trust, there must be fear. You mentioned a young lady with a startup in 2025, with a startup. Things could be done online. The opposition's duty here is to ensure that in expanding citizenship eligibility, we do not inadvertently undermine the integrity of our citizenship, overwhelm our institutions, or compromise national security. And while I know the Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs, the Honourable Member for La Hoketa Talparo, pilots this bill today, I really wish that the person speaking on this was the member for Tunapuna, because what it really affects is national security. The member for Aragua St. Joseph, he ran out of the house as soon as he knew he was going to be responded to. People from all around the world come to the University of the West Indies. You don't need to be a citizen from Trinidad and Tobago. You don't need that to go to the University of the West Indies. The member mentioned they will come and help us improve our current situation if we bring in these citizens. I want to remind the member that that is the responsibility of the government. First, let us be clear on what this bill does. Under our current constitution, a person born abroad is a citizen by descent only if at the time of their birth, one of their parents was a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, otherwise than by descent. Mr. Speaker, in other words, today only the first generation born abroad, the child of a Trinbagonian, can automatically claim citizenship. And even then, not if the Trinidadian parent themselves inherited citizenship by descent. Now, let's go a little bit more into it. The proposed amendment, however, abolishes safeguards. It will extend citizenship by descent to second-generation offspring abroad and explicitly allow transmission even if the parent's citizenship was also by descent. In simple terms, if one has a Trinidadian grandparent, even if one's parent never lived here or never claimed Trinidadian citizenship, one would be entitled to become a citizen. This is a profound expansion, articulated very well by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, around the world, countries have grappled with how far jus sanguinis, the right of blood, should extend. Many Commonwealth countries restrict citizenship by descent precisely to avoid the pitfalls. UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, nations with extensive diasporas, impose limits on inheritance of citizenship. What cautionary tales emerge from countries that tried more generous policies? Clauses 4B and 4C replacing the words otherwise than with including and otherwise than by descent with including by descent bill quietly dismantles the long-standing safeguard that prevented citizenship from being passed down on when the transmitting parent held citizenship only by descent. Now, the member for La Hoketa Talparo, he talks about future. He talks about future. We're moving into the future. But best practice is shifting toward connection test, not open-ended bloodlines. Now, there was mention as well of brain drain and brain gain. The way you do brain gain is not by letting in more citizens. Brain gain is done by enhancing local opportunities, by offering competitive compensation, career development, and stimulating work environments to attract and retain talent. Again, the member for Aragua St. Joseph says things without context and without even knowing how to pronounce players' names. So, Jamaica, Bahamas, many jurisdictions. Now, this is aimed again as not taking responsibility for your role in government. Let me explain to you. The member said, we'll get all these athletes from all over, we'll get all these doctors, engineers, etc., etc. Spoke a lot. But all of this is them not taking responsibility for developing local sporting programs and taking responsibility for homegrown athletes. Our young people in Aragua St. Joseph deserve opportunities. Our young people in La Hoketa Talparo deserve opportunities. But we must create the environment for them to get these This from a government that has cancelled many programs that will enhance these young athletes. Many of them have benefited from international standard facilities. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have some of the best facilities already. What we need to do is develop our current talent pool. Now, what we must, what we must look at as well is citizen fraud and identity abuse. And again, this is why it bothers me that the member for Tunapuna, the Minister of National Security, is not stepping forward on this one. Because they are the ones that would be most affected by this bill. Look at many different jurisdictions. There are false and fabricated claims of lineage. We saw in the UK, 858 cases discovered in less than 10 years. In Italy, they are moving away from this current model to really look at the bloodline, as articulated by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. This is not mere conjuncture. The Financial Action Task Force is studying how criminals exploit citizenship avenues worldwide. They report misuse of citizenship and residency by investment programs, notes that illicit actors, including those involved in money laundering and terrorism financing, seek out passports through fraudulent means, while the FATF study focused on cash for passport schemes. The principle applies here. Any newly opened channel to citizenship without rigorous controls will be probed by bad actors. And if our constitutional amendment passes, the grandparent route suddenly becomes one such channel possibly viewed as a soft target if we are unprepared. And there's no conversation today about preparing for this. In summary on this point, expanding citizen eligibility multiplies the risk of identity fraud. We cannot take lightly the administrative burden and vigilance required, which they actually admitted that there already is an administrative burden. So how are we going to manage this? You have not articulated that, Minister of Justice, Honorable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about a strain on public resources and social services, Trinidad and Tobago, we have one of the strongest passports in the world. And our citizenship is sacrosanct and must be held with great respect and honor. In Trinidad and Tobago, due to great governance by our first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, in our country, we benefit from free education, nursery to tertiary. In our country, we benefit from health care and associated medicines. PNM policies. What we must understand is that the strain that can be put on our current systems, if and when we expand this, it can really put us in a very low place as a country and burden these already strained resources. Think about it. If even an additional 5% of the diaspora grandchildren pool moved here, it would make up the population of a town the size of Arima. That is the inflow that we can possibly expect in Trinidad and Tobago. And there is no conversation about how we can prepare for this. Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have to understand that for us, yes, there are benefits for the athletes. Yes, there are benefits for academia. Yes, there are benefits in terms of engineers, doctors, lawyers. But we must guide against the factors that can really impact us. One of which is how does this affect our voting pool in Trinidad and Tobago? You see, as much as we talk about this legislation, and as much as we talk about things in life, one must always stay focused on the bigger picture. We wonder if the government is bringing this ill-intended legislation guised in something focused on athletes and development. I beg the population to think about it. Having outlined these specific considerable risks, citizenship fraud, resource strain, security threats, and administrative overload, one might well ask, should we then reject what they are proposing without the amendments? Are we saying no to engaging our diaspora? No, we are not. We are saying do it again with the amendments that we are proposing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for being able to contribute on this bill, and I want the government to know that we are not saying a complete no to this bill. We are saying yes, but with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to wish the Honourable Leader of the Opposition happy birthday. And many more to come, Madam Member for Arima, Opposition Leader. Happy birthday, Member. I'm not taking the heckling from the side. Happy birthday to you. Mr. Speaker, I joined the debate on this Constitution Amendment Bill 2025. And I know sometimes when we hear the word constitution and amendments, hackers raise and people become very concerned. Young honourable member, I thank you for your contribution. I thank you for your yes to this bill, because this bill is really history-making in my respectful view. Again, I commend the Honourable Minister of Sports and the other speakers, all speakers on this matter. Thank you. But I don't know if you know, I used to teach at the University of the West Indies in a former time in my life, and I used to do in the Department of Language and Linguistics. So, Mr. Speaker, I suggested to the Honourable Member and maybe to this Parliament that when we are giving out the standing orders at the start of the term, that we should also give out a copy of the Oxford Dictionary so that we can check the meaning of birth and born. So your concern, well-intentioned concern, really is out of the race completely. So I support this bill wholeheartedly. I said before, I repeat, TTFA came to us, Minister of Sport came to us, but the Parliament went into recess, and so the first bill we brought following upon that parliamentary recess is this one, because of its major historic effect and impact that it will have, because it is a declaration of identity, of opportunity, and vision for the future of our great nation. Let me kill in the water, dead in the water, the concerns raised by the member for Diego Martin North East and some also by our young colleague on the other side about there might be something else in this, maybe what are we up to? Is there something sinister? Is it to allow for others to come in? Is it allowed to populate our land with foreigners and so on? Nothing is further from the truth. It is for our grandchildren who were not born here, will not have the benefit of our citizenship. It is to give them an opportunity, as Mr. Watts said, to participate and help build our nation. So the issues about voter pardon that the member for Diego Martin North East raised. First of all, I will not give the date of birth, the year, for the member of Diego Martin North East. So I'll just say he was born on the 30th of July, but he was born in Antigua. He was born in Antigua. So all the stories about we want to pass a bill to voter pardon, go back and read the law. You cannot come, land to play a football match and go and vote. The law is very clear. You can't come to play a cricket match. And can we congratulate our TKR in their cricket efforts? And certainly let's also congratulate our footballers. They're doing very well, and maybe this is a measure to help them to do better. So the voter pardon issue, Mr. Speaker, if you're familiar with the law, you will know that you can't just land and vote. You have to reside in the electoral district for a period of time before you can actually turn out to vote. That is the law. So rest your fears about people will vote a pad with this. And the second point about the voter padding, there is an application process. people will not just automatically qualify for this. And members before me spoke about the Minister of Homeland Security. There will be a process, there will be a vetting. So it's not every and anyone who will land and be given this. That vetting process will be seriously adhered to. Voter pardon, I remember the Honourable Diego Martin Ortiz said, you want to talk about a member spoke and ran, well, he also ran. He's not here. Diego Martin Ortiz spoke, raised these boogies and left. This was a minister, a member of this House for many years. I've known him for many years on both sides of the House. And this was a member of this Honourable House who declared that dead men were voting, raising fears about voter padding, dead men voting. And then they struck a name off the list. I don't know if you all could remember. They took off the name because there's a dead man. And then you know what that happened, Mr. Speaker? They went and they found the man. He was fully alive. He was alive. And he came from the constituency, one of the Diego Martin constituencies, of the very member who spoke about these dead men voting. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this bill, Constitution Amendment 2025, as we refer to it easily, so it is very clear in our brain, the grandparent citizenship law extends citizenship by descent to grandchildren of our TNT citizens. In my view, this is not just a routine procedure. It is a landmark reform. It is a defining legacy of our tenure on this side of the House. It is an expression of the enduring philosophy of our government, people first, all our people, wherever they may be. This bill then is more than words on legal text. It is a vision of who we are and what we stand for. It speaks not only to law, but to lineage, not only to procedure, but to principle, not only to legislation, but also to the very soul of our nation. It is about love of country and love of people, about reconnecting with our global family, healing the rupture of migration, honoring sacrifices of our grandparents, and creating new horizons and opportunities for their grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, history will not record this merely as a passing of a bill. It will record it as a moment when Trinidad and Tobago boldly interfaces and embraces our diaspora, and when this UNC coalition government transforms our citizenship into a living bridge between past sacrifice and future promises. Mr. Speaker, today, our diaspora is estimated to have about 350,000 people. That is about 1/4 of our domestic population residing here. That means 1 in every 4 Trinbagonians living at home. For every 4, 1 is living abroad. Statistically, this is amongst the highest diaspora to population ratios in the Caribbean, rivaled only by Jamaica and Guyana. In practical terms, it means that nearly every family in TNT has a direct bloodline connection abroad, almost every single one. A son or a daughter, cousins, grandchild, siblings, who now call another country their home. In my own family, I was the only one who returned back to live in Trinidad. All my siblings had migrated in the years gone by and never returned home. They have children, grandchildren, and so on, living abroad. And I think almost every family could spot someone and say, hey, in the diaspora out there, they have my bloodline. To understand the magnitude of this, let us look at ourselves globally, what is happening. Ireland, which is often described as a classic diaspora nation, has an estimated 70 million people worldwide who claim Irish descent, compared to just 6 million living on that island today. So they have, 70 million people out in the diaspora, compared to only 6 million still living on their island. In simple numbers, that is a ratio of roughly 14 persons abroad of Irish descent for every 1 person living at home in Ireland. Of course, the number of active Irish citizens abroad is far smaller, but the broader figure shows how Ireland embraces not only citizens, but descendants, offering citizenship to grandchildren and thereby binding generations abroad to their homeland. India, at the other end of the table, of the scale, has the world's largest diaspora. over 18 million people in the diaspora living outside of India. That is about 1.3% of its 1.4 billion population. But India still prioritizes its Overseas Citizenship of India program, which extends privileges to grandchildren of Indian nationals. Recently, when Prime Minister Modi visited Trinidad and Tobago, he talked about the Overseas Citizenship India program. Prime Minister himself, Sri Modi, reaffirmed these ties during his visit here, cementing that bond for members of our diaspora of Indian descent. So TNT is a diaspora nation. Consider us here. 350,000 abroad, 1.4 million at home. Our diaspora to population ratio is roughly 1 to 4. Statistically, we are far closer to Ireland than to India. This makes us a classic diaspora nation. To ignore this reality would be to deny one of the defining features of who we are. This bill acknowledges that truth. It affirms that our strength lies not only in those who live within our borders, but also in the hundreds of thousands who live and wave the red, white, and black in Toronto, in London, in New York, in Miami, and in other parts of the world. In fact, I've heard it said you can go anywhere in the world and you'll bounce up a tree. I was in Geneva one year and I bounced up a tree singing soca on a stage many years ago. You will find a Trini anywhere in the world. And so this bill acknowledges our large diaspora. It is massive in relation to our size at home. It has shaped our economy, our culture, and now through this bill, it will help shape the very future of our citizenship policy. Mr. Speaker, many people left in successive waves throughout the past century. During the Second World War, many enlisted in the British Armed Forces. They later became known as part of the Windrush generation, and they helped to rebuild Britain. After World War II, thousands migrated to the US to fill urgent labor shortages. Canada opens its doors after immigration reforms in the 60s. Closer to home, many went to Venezuela. Many went to Suriname to work in oil and sugar, and indeed right across the waters, went to Panama to work on the building of the Panama Canal. Mr. Speaker, after independence, 1962, migration was increasingly driven not by opportunities abroad so much, but by desperation at home. Families fled crime, corruption, and inequality. Scholars such as Anthony Bryan have described this as forced choice migration, where families left not because they wished to, but because they felt compelled to do so. Many fled the corruption of successive PNM administrations. They saw the rut in the public sector that whistleblower Jean Miles courageously exposed in the 70s, for which she was hounded until her death. Mr. Speaker, after the 1970s Black Power movement, once Laventille, a very promising, profitable hub of industry, was left to decay. Columnist Noble Phillip noted, very respected local news paper, commentary platform Wired 868, in his article, The Blackest Thing in Laventille, 2019, he said, if you were young, bright, and had family abroad, your parents shipped you out. Laventille became poorer for those losses, and the social cohesion was broken. Mr. Speaker, this neglect punished communities across the land. Others mentioned here today triggered a brain drain of intellectuals, professionals, and skilled persons, which we still feel today. The economic recession of the 1980s intensified the exodus. In one striking case, an entire village in Penal, Mr. Speaker, applied en masse for refugee status in Canada, citing political repression and lack of opportunity. You may ask me why I'm giving the history. It is to show that over decades we have had migration and we've had our citizens moving abroad and therefore creating that outside diaspora. By the 1990s and the 2000s, migration was fueled by the absence of diversification, by the rise of drug trafficking, growing inequality, and relentless crime. Citizens enjoyed murder, robbery, home invasions, carjackings, and many were direct victims. Oppression came not only from acts of commission, but also because acts of omission under successive PNM administrations that lacked the vision to build a modern, competitive, skills-driven society. This trend continued in recent years. The arbitrary shutdown of Petrotrin in 2018 under the Rowley administration forced hundreds of petroleum engineers and skilled professionals to simply migrate to provide for their families. The truth is, for 60 years, the greatest waves of migration occurred under successive PNM governments. The result was a crippling brain drain that robbed Trinidad and Tobago of some of its brightest minds. Mr. Speaker, I speak on this topic from some personal experiences. I could easily have been one of those grandparents of the diaspora, which this bill is now seeking to empower their grandchildren. Like many of my generation, born into a life of poverty, limited access to education and opportunity, my husband and I migrated in the 1960s, living in England and then Jamaica, for about 14 years. And from my teenage years right into my 30s, I lived outside of Trinidad and Tobago because of the opportunities afforded. I was very blessed to obtain work in England during my studies there as a social worker in the Church of England's Children's Society. I was still a teenager. In Jamaica, I was very blessed again there to get work. And eventually, when I graduated with my first and second degrees, I became a lecturer at the Mona campus. And I returned to Trinidad to lecture at the St. Augustine campus, and then went into the law. But I came back home, that's the point I'm making. I could have easily been one of these grandparents out there with our grandchildren living out in the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, our path seemed destined to remain abroad. We began building, my husband and I, our lives as professionals, just as so many in our diaspora have done. When I returned home in the 80s, I was confronted with a very sobering reality. For the poor and dispossessed in my rural village, life had scarcely changed, despite the fact that our nation had passed through not one but two full oil booms in the 70s and early 80s under the then ruling PNM. The injustice deepened my resolve to fight for equity, opportunity, and a fair share for every Trinbagonian. I was fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to give me the chance to serve and to lead. Many others have not been so lucky. For countless families, migration was not a choice, it was a necessity. And yet, even as they left, often in hardship, often in desperation, our people never stopped being patriots, flying the red, white, and black. From afar, in their thousands, they wave our national flag proudly. They carry their love for TNT in their hearts, and they uplifted the land of their birth. They turned our culture into a global movement. They taught their children to cook roti, pilau, bacon shark, doubles, today celebrated by CNN Travel as one of the world's best street foods. Diaspora chefs carried these flavors onto the menus of New York, Florida, Toronto, London, and elsewhere. They sent home money, remittances. I think one speaker spoke of the remittances. They sent home money and other necessities to sustain their extended families. They returned home faithfully for Christmas or for Carnival or for Diwali. They kept family lands and houses as stakes in our soil. They boosted our economy by filling flights and hotels during the holiday seasons. From the 60s to the 80s, those early migrants, the very grandparents whose grandchildren this bill seeks to empower, they carried calypso, steel pan, chutney, carnival abroad. With their support, local music icons like Sparrow, Sundar Popo, Kitchener, Calypso Rose, David Rudder found international stages. They built Brooklyn Carnival, Miami Carnival, Toronto's Caribana. They gave London's Notting Hill as its heartbeat. By the 90s and 2000s, our diaspora propelled soca into the global spotlight, and they sent orchestras like Desperados, Renegades, and All Stars on world tours. Their demand gave the steel pan its rightful global recognition as the only acoustic instrument invented in the 20th century, whilst their passion made soca an international music force, filling stadiums and festivals, as I said, from Toronto to Miami to Brooklyn and elsewhere. Speaker, these were not small gatherings. They were global movements. Our diaspora turns foreign streets into seas of our national flag, projecting TNT as a cultural brand, known not only for oil and gas, but for carnival, calypso, soca, chutney pan, and cuisine that is now part of the world's taste. Through their sacrifices, they became both an economic lifeline and a cultural powerhouse, laying the foundation for the global respect our nation enjoys today. And while culture first carried our name abroad, today it is in sport that has brought this debate to the fore. In January 2023, the Trinidad Guardian observed that no constitutional change was strictly required for 4 footballers of Trinidad and Tobago heritage to represent us, though it urged clearer and more consistent application of descent law. In January 2023, the Trinidad Express published a letter headline, "Let Foreign Athletes with TNT Roots Represent Us," capturing broad public demand. This was soon endorsed by football legend Dwight York, expressed July 27, 2024. By June 2025, Senator David Nakin urged the TTFA to seek immigration support for players, reported in The Guardian, June 27, 2025. And by September 2025, the Express reported my Cabinet's approval of the grandparent citizenship law, hailed by TTFA President Karen Edwards as a bold step to give our teams a competitive advantage that they most certainly need. Mr. Speaker, just as the diaspora once carried our music, mass, pan, and cuisine onto the world stage, today their sporting sons and daughters, they want to carry our flag, the red, white, and black. Their children want to study here. Some of them want to invest here. And the athletes want to wear, as I said, our national colors. This bill makes all of that possible. And it proves something greater. When our people speak, this UNC coalition government listens. We act where others only talk. We deliver where others delay. That is the spirit of this government, decisive, inclusive, and always acting in the national interest. I turn now, Mr. Speaker, finally, to take a look regionally and globally from that perspective. We are not alone in recognizing the wisdom of extending citizenship across generations. Ireland, I mentioned before, always allows anyone with an Irish grandparents to register and claim citizenship, binding its vast diaspora to its homeland. Italy goes further, allowing citizenship to pass across unlimited generations. Poland, Greece, Hungary allow claims through grandparents, sometimes requiring proof of continuous citizenship or language ability. Israel's law of return grants citizenship to anyone with at least one Jewish grandparent. India extends overseas citizenship to grandchildren of Indian nationals, offering residency, investment rights, privileges, and all that was reaffirmed when Honorable Prime Minister Modi visited Trinidad and Tobago. In our own Caribbean region, Jamaica has long recognized citizenship by grandparent descent, strengthening ties with its very large diaspora. Until now, TNT has been restrictive, limiting descent strictly to present generation. With this bill, we align with global best practice, and we declare to our grandchildren abroad, just as Ireland embraces its Irish and Jamaica embraces its Jamaicans, so too we will, TNT, embrace our own grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, this reform, having parroted all the others who have done it, is not just about copying others. It is about shaping what I proudly call Trinidad and Tobago grandparent model of citizenship. We have studied international best practice. We are adapting it to our own realities, a small population, limited resources, and sensitivities about electoral balance. Our model balances ambition with responsibility. It extends citizenship to our grandchildren abroad, but only with strict safeguards. To answer the Honourable Member from Honourable Member Hines. Yes. Hans, sorry. I don't want to mix you up with that other person. Hans, not Heinz. So, thank you, member, for Diego Martin Northeast. Thank you, member. Thank you, member. I am on my legs. Thank you. To the honourable member, I say thank you, sir. Put your fears aside. We will have the checks and balances. I assure you, and I give you that, pledge. Should we not do so, or should someone slip through the cracks, you have your recourse to justice and law in the land, and we'll make sure anything that is done, should not have been done, is rectified. So rest your fears. Honourable Minister, you were not here, Diego Martin, former Minister Diego Martin Northeast. I understand you were born in Antigua. So there's no, you're welcome. We welcome you here, and you have been welcome here.
We almost touch a bullet.
Yes. And so I say, small population, limited resources, sensitivities about electoral balance. We balance, as I say, ambition with responsibility. We extend citizenship. It is very humorous, but I'm almost done, don't worry. I know, remember, Diego Martin cannot help himself. No, Diego Martin Northeast cannot help himself. He's just very jovial. I think both of you could step behind the chair and continue. Continue who is sending who back to where. You can continue that conversation. AG, please. AG, please. I will restrain him. I'll restrain him. Can I continue, please? Thank you. So we want to balance ambition with responsibility. We extend citizenship to our grandchildren abroad, but we do so with strict safeguards. Verify lineage, proper documentation, and proof that the grandparent was a citizen at the time of birth. This process will be supported by digitized records, fraud detection, consular procedures. Electoral registration will remain tightly protected. The benefits are very clear. We will strengthen our ties with the diaspora. We will attract skills, investment, and innovation. We will create new opportunities in sport, culture, and business. We will grow remittances and heritage tourism. And above all, we'll ensure fairness by recognizing that becoming a citizen does not end after one generation abroad. I address some of the criticisms directly. Becoming a citizen does not mean automatic voting rights. I really want, because that has been pressed by both speakers. It does not mean automatic voting rights. Strict registration rules apply according to law. Applications will increase, but with digitization, we can handle those efficiently and securely. Our grandchildren abroad are already Trinbagonians in spirit. This bill simply gives legal recognition of that right. Naturalization and descent are not rivals. They are complementary pathways that both will enrich our nation. Safeguards are built in at every step to protect our security. Finally, on timing, crime, healthcare, and economy remain central priorities. But nation building is never one-dimensional. Reconnecting with our diaspora strengthens those very areas, bringing home doctors, engineers, skilled personnel, entrepreneurs, athletes who want to serve. Mr. Speaker, as I say again, this is not a casual change. It is a carefully designed reform. The TNT grandparent model of citizenship is people first and future ready, and crafted to build a safer, stronger, and more prosperous nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Arima, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me, of course, thank the Honourable Prime Minister for my birthday greetings, which was well received and accepted. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for the clarification. The two previous speakers from the opposition, our main concern was the issue of an explanation for Section 4B and Section 4C. We have been asking exactly why those two sections were included in the bill. And we have made it abundantly clear that we have absolutely no objection to 4A, which is, and I think I need to repeat it so that people will be absolutely clear. Section 17.3 of the Constitution is amended by deleting the words his parents is or was, but for his parents' death, and substituting the word his parents or grandparents is or was, but for his parents or grandparents' death. We have absolutely no objection to that. We absolutely support the inclusion of grandparents. Our concern is in 4B and 4C. And we have asked for clarity on that. We are of the view that what the government indicates it wants to do can be properly done by that section only. Now, Mr. Speaker, in saying that, there are a couple points I would like to make. I also want to say that it is important information given to us by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister of Sports as it relates to the reasoning for the bill, which is in essence that the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association at some point in time would have had a meeting with the Honorable Minister of Sports and the Prime Minister, and as a result of this, the bill was drafted and the bill is here before us. I listened very carefully to the Honorable Minister of Sports, who in his contribution, together with the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member of Parliament, is it Arangwe St. Joseph, which in essence gave the reasons for the bill, and focused, of course, on the issues of remittances, the competitive disadvantage in which Trinidad and Tobago finds itself, made reference to leveling of the playing field, keeping up with regional peers, the fact that Trinidad and Tobago has fallen behind, bringing back talent home, expansion of our national pool, and so on and so on. Mr. Speaker, having said all of that, I really would like my colleagues to explain, therefore, why did Trinidad and Tobago do well way back in 1973? In 1973, at that time, we had some very outstanding players. And I think those of us who follow football very closely would know that at that time, Trinidad and Tobago would have been denied, if I recall, 3 goals by the referee.
It's 3.
Yeah, it could be more, but I remember at least 3.
In Haiti. Yeah.
In Haiti.
Yeah.
What is interesting is at that time, of course, we know we had players like Gally Cummins and Archibald and others. If we come back now to the strike squad in 1989, and you know, it is important for us to discuss that because I just want to say to the Honorable Minister of Sports and the Honorable Prime Minister that we focus a lot on us being at a disadvantage because of so many other countries now using this rule where, you know, once you have a grandparent who has been born here, then you can apply to play for Trinidad and Tobago. But let us also be mindful of the message that we are also sending to our local footballers and our aspirants. Very, very important. Because we will remember that Gally Cummins at the time, who was the coach of the strike squad and worked in the Ministry of Sports and was simply seconded as a coach, never really paid the kind of fees that the coaches are being paid at this time. But every single player was locally born, was playing in Trinidad and Tobago, and not one of them came from abroad. And we remember that fateful day when we didn't qualify, 1-0 by the United States, but a lot of other issues that those of us may follow football would remember the changing of the referees to referee that match between Trinidad and Tobago and the United States, almost very abruptly changing the results. And of course, people subsequently blaming them that they came from San Fernando. Michael Maurice said it's sun in his eyes, all sorts of things. And of course, the fact that we had a stadium that was overcrowded. So, as we debate this bill and we speak about the disadvantage in which we find ourselves here in Trinidad and Tobago, because we don't, at this point in time, have access to, as the member for Arangwe St. Joseph said, that there are about 40 players who are waiting for the passage of this bill so that Trinidad and Tobago will now have the access of 40 other persons. I want to say to the Honorable Minister of Sports, to the Honorable Prime Minister, that it is equally important for us to say to our locally trained players and those who are born here that that commitment to football is equally important. Because the same Dwight York and Russell Latapy of which we speak now, they were born here, they developed their skill here, they developed their talent here, and they made Trinidad and Tobago very proud. So I know we keep speaking about our comparisons from other countries, Ireland, Jamaica. As a matter of fact, the Jamaica national team, the players are almost exclusively from out of Jamaica. But we understand that football has the impact locally, globally, to unite countries. It is one of the sports, $1 billion enterprise. We know the kind of money that players are making, so we understand that. But I'm saying it is equally important for us to remember and ask ourselves, whilst you can land in Trinidad and Tobago maybe the night, 2 nights before, I mean, football is still about synergy. It is still about ensuring that players understand each other, and that is why the strike squad and the Soca Warriors did so well. So I want to, and I'm happy that the Honorable Minister of Sports also made reference to development of football. But as a country, we also need to ask ourselves, how did we find ourselves here today where our quality of football, our players, comparatively speaking, what is the difference between years ago and now? And, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that we need to look very closely as to the absence of a professional league. We need to look very closely and go back to the days when we had the Port of Spain Football League, the San Fernando Football League, the North Football League. And we need to ask ourselves, what is different? Why haven't we not been able to have a professional league? Some people say the lack of sponsorship, some people say a lack of other things. But I'm simply saying that those issues are equally important, because we understand that a lot of the players that are going to offer themselves to play for Trinidad and Tobago, it is because they cannot make the team where they presently live, and the teams, of course, for the countries in which they are born. So I want to strongly suggest that it is equally important, and I'm very glad that when we give the example, the analysis, the rationale for this particular piece of legislation, it is rooted in sports. But I have now heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak to an expansion that is a lot more than just sport, and not about a tie with your birth and about the place of citizenship of your parent and your grandparent. Now, in essence, when we saw the article by the Honorable Minister of Sports some time ago, as I recall, and what the population is expecting is that this bill really has to do with football, sports, and citizenship and the relationship between the player who's applying to play for Trinidad and Tobago and his relationship between his grandparents. So we know, as was mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Sports, that it had to do with the fact that if you applied before 17, fine. Once you cross 19, there was a challenge. Okay, so we understand all of that, that is clear. But I'm saying that, therefore, the expectation of the population based on what was in the public domain, what is being presented here, is much, much more than football. And that is why we have been asking the question about B and C. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister went on to share her own personal situation about having had to go to England and having to go to Jamaica and Barbados to live and to migrate. I doubt there is anyone in this Parliament today who does not have a family member who has had similar circumstances. The Honorable Prime Minister indicated her own personal challenges as it relates to her upbringing and her parents and poverty who would have influenced her going to these 3 different countries. I can speak about my both parents who also migrated to the United States at a point in time, and my sister as well. And if we speak about the fact that that is what has influenced people going to other countries, I mean, we understand that Trinidad and Tobago as an independent country, we go back to slavery, we go to indentureship, and we know that all of those things influence the building of our economy and our country. So that we know the role migration plays. We know the role migration plays in almost every single country in the world. And the Honorable Prime Minister then went on to say that as it relates to her own constituency in certain areas, notwithstanding 2 oil booms, that there has been little changes. But Mr. Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that there is absolute evidence that those 2 oil booms, and even when we did not have money, that the governments of Trinidad and Tobago, and more particularly the People's National Movement, developed policies, principles, infrastructures, and development to make Trinidad and Tobago what it is today. And why do you think they want to come and play for Trinidad and Tobago? If we give this impression that, well, things are so bad and all of that, why do they want to come? Why do they want to be associated with Trinidad and Tobago? As the Honorable Prime Minister said, why do they want to wave that red, white, and black flag? And why it is we wanted to ensure that we could have celebrated independence. It is for all of those reasons. So the same diaspora of which we speak, and the fact that I agree with her totally, absolutely totally, that Trinidad and Tobago has been responsible for developing Carnival in the United States. We have been Canada, England, Germany, many African countries, Japan. And I also agree that reference being made to our instrument, our national instrument, and the role that it has played. So notwithstanding whatever challenges you talk about Laventille, the instrument was developed in Laventille. And so unfortunate that as we speak about that instrument, I read recently where NGC is no longer sponsoring Hoover Joylanders, TNT Sweet Tassa Steel, and Labre Nightingales. That is how we speak. So unfortunate. So on the one hand, we speak about the development of our instrument. We speak about the role that the instrument plays. And when people go to Trinidad and Tobago, we talk about All Stars in Times Square. We talk about Whitco Desperados in Carnegie Hall. And we know that these are very important issues. We know that you can go to any part of the world and a Trinidadian and a Tobagonian is making a difference, whether it's in Microsoft, whether it is in the stock exchange, whether it is in the universities, whether it is in the hospitals. We understand that whether it is in Britain or whether it is in New York, we understand that people know that our nurses and our teachers are second to none, and they come and recruit them each and every year. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make the point that, and I want the public to understand, that supporting this bill and including grandparents for the purposes of persons being eligible to be able to play for Trinidad and Tobago, we have absolutely no problem. Our problem is when you include two sections, Section B and C, and we can find no country in the world, not one, with any similar sections. Now, I'm not saying Trinidad can't be unique, I'm not saying we can't be creative. We can be. But then if you come and you tell us it's about football, and then all of a sudden it is about everything, something is wrong. And when, therefore, the Honourable Member for Dago Martin West expresses fears, it's a genuine one. And we have the right, as the opposition, to express those fears. So I fully understand and appreciate the issue of remittances. One can do the research, whether it's the World Bank, whether it's the IMF, whether it is the CDB, whether it's the Inter-American Development Bank, that they have done the research about the benefit of remittances. I have no issue with that. I understand that very well. As I said, that football is a billion-dollar industry. And we understand, those of us who attended football recently or cricket, as a matter of fact, not this last match when we played Curaçao, the one before, the fire services actually stopped people from entering the stadium. So we know what happens to the people of Trinidad and Tobago when we are playing cricket, when we are playing football, when there's athletics. We understand the joy, the passion, the love, and we also understand the pain when we do not succeed. We understand, as I said, what happened to us when we looked and saw 3 goals disallowed when we were playing Haiti. We understand what happened when we were on the verge of qualification and you heard all sorts of things. We understand. We understand when TKR loses. We are looking forward as they play in Antigua, and as the Honorable Prime Minister congratulated them, and I join with her as well in congratulating them. We understand what it does to our country, but that does not mean that we should not inquire, why are we making this so wide? Why? That's the issue. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, we got that clarity that it is, they talked about brain drain, but we also wonder if it is that we use migration so much as one of the justifications for this. It may very well be that our CPEP and our URP workers who are now being terminated at will may have to consider that as their only option. And while some people may have an individual to purchase a ticket for you there and a ticket for you here to go abroad, some of our vulnerable do not have that luxury, Mr. Speaker.
Be quiet.
I will not be distracted.
Member, I think the time is coming for the tea break.
Very well.
Thank you. Members, we will now break for the tea break at 4:30 and the House will resume at 5:15. Member for Rima, can I ask you to continue, please? May I invite you to continue?
Mr. Speaker, I won't be too long, but can I bother you? Can you tell me how much time? Thank you.
9 minutes.
Oh, great, thanks. I should finish. So that's nine minutes of original time? Or?
9 minutes of original time.
Thank you,
not
thank you.
including any the 15 minutes.
Yeah, I should finish by then. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want, I'm more or less concluding, but I wanted to make the point that, in my view, and the view of the opposition, is that the effect of this Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 is that once your parent or your grandparent was a citizen by any mechanism, let's take, for example, descent, even if neither of the parent or grandparent was not born in Trinidad and Tobago, that person is automatically, by this bill, entitled to citizenship. Mr. Speaker, this bill also removes the requirement that your citizenship can be traced by the birth of your parent or that of your grandparent. And I know that several of the speakers made reference to the 300,000 persons from our diaspora and the challenges they face, whether it be in terms of investment, whether it's in terms of going to the university, and several others. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that if we were to examine what presently exists, there is nothing that stops an individual with any relationship with someone here in Trinidad and Tobago from accessing the University of the West Indies, or whether it be investment or a number of things. Yes, you may have benefits, but to give the impression that the bill or the law as presently crafted and existing, that all these challenges exist, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that is not the case. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make the point that several of the speakers on the government side made reference to India, Ireland as two of the countries where similar pieces of legislation exist. Yes, similar pieces of legislation exist. The main thing for India as well as Ireland is still the issue of the citizenship of the parent or the grandparent, and that is where the individual is going to benefit. This legislation, in my humble view, is totally different. And I also want to make the point that, and I hope you would just allow me, Mr. Speaker, and it has to do with me finding out just a short while ago that there is in truth and in fact an amendment to the Citizenship of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Act, which is what my colleague next to me was making reference to. We received that at 3:12. So in truth and in fact, I don't want to give the impression that I'm going contrary to what you said, right? But save and accept that there is going to be that amendment which we would not have had notice of before, okay?
I said the objection which was being made was that the minister should not be allowed to refer to the Citizenship Act if the act was not being amended. My view on that was no. Legislation can affect other legislation, and in the context of an amendment, you're entitled to refer to the other legislation. I myself have just seen the proposed amendment.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to appear, I'm treading very gingerly. What I understood him to say is that the Honourable Minister of Sports was actually referring to the amendment. Yes, which we didn't have.
No, he wasn't. He did refer that Section 5 would have to be amended as would be necessary if the Constitution was amended. And I said, in the context of forecasting a proposed amendment, that was entirely proper in the circumstances. It was in the limited context that the member for Diego Martin Northeast was objecting to reference to a proposed amendment. As it is, the proposed amendment is coming sooner than we thought, so which we will deal with at the appropriate stage.
Okay, well, the only issue I think that put us in a little bit of a difficulty is, of course, we now have it, and the others would not have had the benefit of contributing, right? But, okay, Mr. Speaker, therefore, I just wanted to say that to ensure that it's very clear that if you look at this bill, where the discussion and the analysis to a large extent focus exclusively on football, when you look at the FIFA rules and the international athletic rules, this bill in its present form does not help athletes and it does not help footballers in terms of the eligibility to become a citizen, simply because when you look at the FIFA rules and you look at the international athletic rules, those footballers and athletes applying to become citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, in truth and in fact, simply will not qualify, because FIFA and the international athletics have their separate rules that basically says your eligibility still has to be linked to your parent and your grandparent. And that does not exist in this piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I just therefore want to close by saying what our concerns are as it relates to this bill, and that ideally we are of the view that the particular section that I mentioned, which is Section 4A of the amendment to the Constitution, properly gives all the eligibilities for the sports persons to apply to become citizens as well as to qualify to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Ahokita Talparu.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Prime Minister for her thorough and comprehensive contribution and her unwavering support for this bill. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for Arangwes St. Joseph for his remarkable contribution. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, I will repeat this bill seeks to amend the Constitution to provide for the acquisition of citizenship for persons born outside of Trinidad and Tobago if his grandparent is or was a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth, for clarity. I heard from the other side that our bill is inconsistent with clause 4B and 4C, and that our bill will not deal with issues of the football team. Go ahead. And that FIFA has clamped down on grandparent law. Mr. Speaker, these concerns will be dealt with at the committee stage. Mr. Speaker, there are 211 teams under FIFA who uses the grandparent law, utilizes the grandparent law. Only 5 of that 211, Mr. Speaker, do not utilize grandparent law. And Trinidad and Tobago is one of that 5. Mr. Speaker, we currently have a pool of footballers in Europe willing to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Imagine after 2 games, Mr. Speaker, we have only 1 point in the last round of the World Cup qualifier. Mr. Speaker, this law will not only attract footballers, but a wide pool of track and field athletes and other athletes in all sporting disciplines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am in direct talks with the president of the TTFA, and the president is quite aware of the rules and regulations of FIFA. And he told me up to last week that yes, FIFA is still accepting the countries utilizing grandparent law. So I don't know where our colleagues on the other side is getting their information from. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, if the member for Diego Martin Northeast is more informed by FIFA than Dwight York and Karen Edwards. Mr. Speaker, we are a responsible government. We will not just go widely and give citizenship to everyone. Mr. Speaker, they on the other side have been twiddling their thumbs with this grandparent law since 2022. And it took a dynamic Prime Minister It also took a brilliant Attorney General. And a hard-working Minister of Sport to bring this bill to Mr. Speaker, this move to implement this bill will also align with our sport tourism rollout in the future. The member for Diego Martin West also spoke about developing athletes. Maybe he didn't see the rollout of the Java grassroots cricket over the July-August vacation. This government and this Minister of Sport, we are delving down into the grassroots, into the primary school, to develop our athletes from a young age, driven by proper policy and programs. Mr. Speaker, this Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs will be rolling out program after program to develop our athletes in the near future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to read from a Trinidad Guardian article. Using the law to your benefit by Sean Fentes on July the 21st, 2024. To date, Trinidad and Tobago does not benefit from the grandparent law, and time is not on our side. Current data shows that there are at least 5 players playing at a respectable level with a good pedigree who are eligible for Trinidad and Tobago through grandparentage but cannot obtain their Trinidad and Tobago passport due to the current laws. Mr. Speaker, cross-border athletes are rapidly becoming the norm of the world today. According to a Vox article entitled How Migration Shaped the World and the World Cup by Stephen Osserman, the 2022 Qatar World Cup has the highest share of foreign-born players in the event's history. 137 of the 830 players from the 32 teams are representing countries other than their birthplaces. This means that 1 in every 6 players at the 2022 World Cup played for different countries from which they were born, which include 38% of the host nation team, Qatar. Mr. Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago voted for the UNC Intergovernment with a mandate for sustainable and unprecedented youth and sporting development. A large portion of this mandate is evolving the sports sector into a viable economic pillar of growth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, between 2010 and 2015, sports was seen by the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamla Persad-Bissessar SC, as a critical route for the development of youth, regardless of socio-economic background, and that is why the UNC government invested in the National Cycling Velodrome, the National Tennis Center, the National Tennis Center, the National Aquatic Center, refurbishing a number of sporting complexes, and renovating and expanding a number of recreational grounds. I also heard from the opposition leader, the member for Arima, that we must be mindful of the message we are sending to our local players. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Sport and as a government, we are very, very responsible. And we will be mindful, but also we will be giving local players a chance to play alongside some highly skilled, experienced players, Mr. Speaker. All this talk by the opposition about state enterprises being broken and is an admittance of the state that the PNM left the economy in. Concerns about security, Mr. Speaker. Much have been said about a free-for-all. The members opposite are well known for free-for-all. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the 800 ghosts that was allowed to roam free for the past couple of years. The 8,000 as a matter of fact. All over the place. The people of Trinidad and Tobago voted the UNC government with a mandate for sustainable, unprecedented youth sporting development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment stands as a proactive measure to strengthen Trinidad and Tobago's future by unlocking the benefits of third-generation citizenship. By embracing the grandparent rule, the country empowers a wider pool of talent, individuals, athletes, artists, professionals, and innovators abroad to share in the national development, foster greater global ties, and boost achievement across sporting culture and the economy. This amendment bill positions Trinidad and Tobago alongside progressive nations, turning once pride into real opportunity that uplift the nation and every sector of our society, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment aligns perfectly with our government's commitment to youth empowerment. By passing this bill, we demonstrate that Trinidad and Tobago values talent, heritage, and the enhancement that connect our people worldwide. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk will read the long title of the bill.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. think for the benefit of members of the public looking on, so that people will understand what's happening here. As is customary sometimes, the proposed bill has been amended somewhat, and those amendments now have to be circulated and distributed. I am advised that it is currently being emailed to distributed via email. So in the circumstances, for everyone's comfort, can we just suspend for 10 minutes and we return at 5:50? The proposal is that we return at 5:50, so that by then all the issues should be resolved and for economy of time. Thank you very much. So we return at 5:50.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that a bill entitled an act to amend the Constitution. Oh, sorry. My apologies. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Clauses 1 to 3. Those against say no. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Okay. Before we do that, the member for Diego Martin Northeast has a proposed amendment.
Yes. And I will be grateful if you'll allow me to explain my amendment. In the debate, the Minister of Sport indicated that one of the main reasons for this bill is to allow persons to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the sports of football and athletics. In both of those cases, our people would not be eligible to play, to represent Trinidad and Tobago in international football or in international athletics unless either their parent or their grandparent was born in Trinidad and Tobago. So therefore, when we come to clause 4B, which deletes the requirement or deletes the words otherwise by consent, and 4C similarly, what this does is remove the requirement for the parent or the grandparent to be born in Trinidad and Tobago. It therefore defeats the purpose that the minister has referred to, because if someone gets citizenship in this way, where you now no longer have the limitation of or limits against citizenship by descent, and they get this type of citizenship through a parent or a grandparent who was not born in Trinidad and Tobago, that does not allow them to represent Trinidad and Tobago in football or in athletics. Therefore, and the government has not explained at any point during the debate as to why it is necessary to change the words otherwise than by descent to including by descent. We see no reason for this. It has nothing to do with the sporting purpose. So this is why I'm saying delete it, because we've had no explanation as to why they are now allowing persons to become citizens whose parents or grandparents were citizens by descent. That's why I'm asking for it to be 4B and 4C to be deleted. No explanation coming from the government. And I guess,
Attorney General.
Thank you. Both 4B and C, as redrafted, just contain the word include. So if you look at the if you look at it now, what you see, let me just get the consolidated version. 17.3 would read, a person born outside Trinidad and Tobago after the commencement of the Constitution shall become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at the date of his birth, if at that date either of his parents or grandparents is or was, but for his parents or grandparents' death, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, including by descent.
changing it from otherwise to including.
The explanation lies in the ordinary meaning of the word in the English language.
Not at all.
So,
not at all. It's a fundamental change in the way in which people get citizenship.
Perhaps you would allow me to explain. If I say otherwise than by descent, I limit myself to conditions otherwise than by way of descent.
Correct.
If I say including by way of descent, I leave open all of the other ways, including birth, the acquisition of citizenship by nationality, and all of those other things.
Agreed, but you're
And
now...
you're
not answering my point, you know.
Just patience. Patience, please.
Patience for what? You're just repeating yourself?
Patience, please.
It's very fair.
I don't think anybody interrupted you, and I don't think the Honorable Attorney General is inviting a running commentary while he seeks to explain the rationale, the policy rationale behind the proposed amendment. So perhaps you can allow him to finish first.
Say that the explanation is in the ordinary meaning of the English word. Including does not mean excluding. And including is a broader expression. And that is the policy of the government. The policy of the government is to have as many persons available to us as possible. We do not wish to exclude, we wish to include. That's it.
But can I, Mr. Chairman, may I speak now? Mr. Chairman, may I speak now? Despite the facetious nature of the AG's comments, I understand what they're doing. Whereas this country and every other country in the world would not allow someone to automatically become a citizen if their parent or grandparent is by descent. They're now allowing it, and I want to know why. Because nobody else does this. and it is not required for FIFA, and it is not required for World Athletics. So why are you including a category of citizenship that doesn't help a footballer, doesn't help an athlete, and just opens up citizenship to persons who would have no natural connection to Trinidad and Tobago? I want to know why.
Okay.
You hush. I'm talking to the... I've asked the AG a question. Why?
First of all, I take great umbrage to you describing some of my colleagues as children.
That's okay. The speaker did it. I'm following the speaker. The speaker did that.
I did not do so. I was speaking metaphorically.
Well, I was speaking metaphorically too.
Well, you should have said so.
I was speaking metaphorically too. The children are becoming restless. Metaphorically.
I trust you understand that that phraseology also applies to you.
It's quite all right. So, Mr. AG, could you kindly explain why you are opening up citizenship to such an enormous category of persons, including persons who will have no natural birth connection, whether by generation or by themselves, to Trinidad and Tobago? Explain why you're doing this. No other country does this.
Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, my friend and long-time erstwhile colleague, I've already explained myself.
So you're saying the reason is you want to do it?
No,
well, all right.
You don't need to put words in my mouth.
But that's what you said.
I know exactly.
That way you say, that way you do it.
Okay, let's not engage in a theoretical policy tug of war here. This matter has been ventilated throughout the debate. It's been asked and answered. At the end of the day, ultimately, this is a policy question. Whether whoever chooses to provide an answer or not provide an answer, that would be a matter for them. But I don't see the utility in us engaging in literally a verbal tit for tat for what essentially is government policy. So I'm going to rule asked and answered. I think unless there's any other matter, we could put the clause to the committee, subject to what the members say. Well, go right ahead if you have another question.
Why was this bill promoted to help footballers and athletes when these particular clauses do not, 4B and 4C, do not help athletes? Why? Why was it promoted to help footballers qualify for... Mr. Chairman, come on. The members, I wouldn't use your metaphorical description of them, are becoming very restless. I have a real question. This bill was promoted...
Mr. Speaker, the member is debating the bill and he's not arguing.
Anything.
He's not defending his amendment. He's seeking to debate the bill.
I think somehow, right, and this is my recollection is this. I think it's somewhat unfortunate and perhaps unfair to seek to narrow the characterization of the justification of the bill solely from a sporting perspective. I think if you listen to the contribution of the mover of the bill, it was a multifaceted process by which this bill came here. The minister plainly, clearly, and painstakingly outlined the various reasons. So I don't think there's much to be gained, in my respectful view, by seeking an explanation on a narrow characterization when there are wider policy perspectives and objectives at play. So let's be fair in the discussion. I'm not preventing you from asking the question, but I think to pigeonhole the discussion along a very narrow characterization of the bill is not entirely fair to the minister, it's not entirely fair to the Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General. So perhaps you could reframe the question, but I don't think there's much to be gained.
Reframe the question.
Very grateful.
All the examples of sportsmen and sportswomen used to justify this legislation were persons who will not benefit from Clause 4B and Clause 4C. So why was this bill promoted to help those people who already will get eligibility if their
You
parent
see,
or grandparent is born.
look, I've heard the rephrasing of that question, but essentially it's the same question you're asking with a different preamble. But well, yes, but I am telling you that your attempt to rephrase the question, hang on, let me finish. Your attempt to rephrase the question is attempting to ask the same question with a different preamble. The question has already been asked. So come on, let's move on. And that really is a matter that was ventilated in the debate. Is this what the committee is for? I don't think so, in my respectful view. So let's move on.
I don't think that there's anything for me to respond to. I mean,
right, very well.
Sorry.
You insist in the amendment report? You insist in the amendment report?
Of course I'm persisting with the amendment. I got no proper answer.
All right. Huh? The question is that clause 4 of the bill be amended as in the form as circulated by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5. New clause 5.
The one that was circulated.
Yeah, by the Attorney General.
Yes. Yeah, where did you close this? All right, this one, right? Question is that new clause 5 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 5, the new clause will be read a second time.
New clause 5, consequential amendment, chapter 150.
The question is that new clause 5 be added to the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 5 will now be added to the bill.
The question is.
The question is that the new clause 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 5 now stands part of the bill. I now invite the Honourable Attorney General to speak to the new clause 5.
Chair, the clause 5 is a consequential amendment which we thought best. I think it came out in the course of the debate. It was a useful point. I say no more. From the member for Diego Martin Northeast. So, somewhat of a useful point. It was necessary because in the course of moving the bill, the mover of the bill did make some reference to the provisions, the relevant provision in the Citizenship of the Republic Act, which would have been affected by the legislation. That's it.
Member for Aruka Lopino. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as the Attorney General indicated, during the member's contribution, the member for La Hoqueta Talparo, extensive reference was made to proposed amendments to the Citizenship Act. And we took note of that, and it would have been prudent and responsible of the government that such amendment should have been placed on the agenda so that members, especially on this side, could have had sight of it, and that during our contribution, we could have made adequate reference to these amendments. I thought it was quite unfortunate that these amendments were circulated after the conclusion of the debate, because we took note of it, as I said, when the member for La Hoqueta Talparo, the Minister of Sports, made extensive reference to propose amendments to the Citizenship Act, and that was the point raised by the member for Diego Martin Northeast.
I couldn't debate.
Chair,
Was unable to.
I thought mistakenly so that with the vast experience of the member for Diego Martin Northeast in particular, 40 years and so on, and yours, relatively speaking, minor but still experience, that 5 lines in a bill would not have posed much of a challenge, but I apologize nonetheless. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the Attorney General? We had no opportunity, Mr. Chairman. The members, I can't use your metaphorical description, are restless.
Well, you can, you just have to be skillful how you deploy it.
I don't know how you might rule me out of order. I give up.
Well, I think that's just...
I give up.
I think that's just speculation, but you can continue.
I give up on that. So, Attorney General, if someone is entitled to citizenship at the date of their birth, if their parent or grandparent is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, by virtue of the Constitution, and that is not restricted to children. Okay? The amendment we've made to the Constitution is not restricted to children. This Citizenship of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Section 5, in its original form, was intended to provide an exception for a minor child or a child who had 1 year after attaining full age to get the same automatic right to citizenship. But now that you're changing the Constitution, the question of a child, how does it apply? Because the change to 17.3 is child and adult.
That's correct, but the change to the Constitution is done by ordinary legislation. The two have to be read together. So you now have a position where the child and someone else who would have had to be a child at some point in time now seeks citizenship.
I don't think you have followed my point.
Perhaps not.
I'll try to explain. This, please, restless one. This amendment, if you read it, says the minister shall cause a child born outside of Trinidad and Tobago, whose parent or grandparent is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, including by descent, to be granted a certificate of citizenship upon receipt of the prescribed application made by the responsible parent, guardian, grandparent, or by the child upon attaining full age. But the amendment to the Constitution removes the exception of the child. So I am just wondering whether, I mean, this seems to be quite superfluous to me, because when you amend 17.3, both child and adult, it's at the date of his birth. And by definition, at the date of his birth, you are a child.
Well,
it appears redundant and superfluous to me.
It may appear redundant and superfluous to me, but it does not to me. You have two separate conditions. One, what happens when someone is underage, an application is made for that person. When the person becomes of age, the person makes the application on his own behalf.
I understand that. But because you're changing 17.3, the person could make the application using 17.3. They don't have to bother with this. So I'm just looking at the...
A child would not be able
forget
to make
the child. I'm talking about the one who
17.3.
becomes 18. They can use 17.3 because 17.3 now removes this exception. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at the way you're drafting this thing, whether it's worth it at all. Anyway, if you want to do it, okay.
The technocrats are saying that on this one, as I sometimes am, I am right and I need to keep it. So
I do expect Samraj to say anything else.
It's not
Samraj to say anything else.
All right. Would the members permit me to? I know sometimes the member for Diego Martin Northeast is quick to suggest that I'm getting into the debate, but I'm not. I really am just trying, for the economy of time, to propose. If your objection to it is that it's superfluous, I think if you read it carefully, both clauses together, one provides the foundation and the other provides the mechanism. This amendment to the Citizenship Act provides a mechanism by which the child or the adult can apply, and the Constitution Amendment seems to amend the Constitution to expand citizenship. That's all it is, quite frankly. So in terms of the superfluous suggestion, I think one provides the foundation and the other provides the mechanism. So if that satisfies you, without getting into the debate, I'm just suggesting. So I don't know if that assists the members of the House, because I see this as a somewhat informal discussion, so I think it's merely for the assistance of the members of the House.
I don't want to be accused of making some inappropriate remark.
The question is that the new clause 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The new clause 5 now stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported. Honourable Member for Laukita Talparu, Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a third time and passed. So I do apologize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Constitution Amendment Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without or with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's reports on the Constitution Amendment Bill with the amendments 2025. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The Leader of Government Business has called for a division.
Mr. Padara?
Yes.
Mrs. Persad-Bissessar?
Yes.
Ms. John? Yes. Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowla?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kisa?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rup Narayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez? Mrs. Beckles-Robinson?
No.
Mr. Imbert?
No.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
No.
Mr. De Norberger?
No.
Mr. Manning?
No.
Mr. Marcel?
No.
Mr. Devines?
No.
Mr. Birchwood?
No.
Mr. Romaine?
No.
Honourable members, all right, St. Augustine, can I ask you to look in my direction? I can ask you to focus your attention to me. perhaps as unwarranted as it may be. Honorable members, can I announce the results of the division? It's 27 members have voted, 4 in favor, 10 against, with no abstentions. So the bill has been passed. And I will now invite the clerk to read the long title of the bill.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic. An act to provide for. All right. Just now. The amended long title.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and to make consequential amendments.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and to make consequential amendments to the Citizenship of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 150, and for related matters.
Government business.
Mr. Speaker, by consensus with members of the opposition, we have agreed to take the interrelated FATF bills at the next sitting of the House.
As members will recall, earlier on, we had resolved to have the consolidated FATF, well, not consolidated, but the 3 other bills dealt with together interrelatedly. The question is that we alter that to take those bills at the next sitting of the House. So before I put the motion for the adjournment, move it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn on Friday, 19 September 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Yes, next Friday.
Okay. Members, before I put the question on the adjournment, at this time, many of you would have been in receipt of correspondence from the secretaries of the various parliamentary committees regarding the first meeting of the oversight committees scheduled for Monday, September 15, 2025. Please be further advised that these committee meetings will be convened between the hours of 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on the aforesaid date and will be conducted virtually via the Zoom video conferencing platform. A link has been generated and shared for access. Please review your ttparliament.org email inbox and verify that you have received the email. Should you have any questions, please consult the Clerk of the House at your earliest convenience. In conclusion, I urge all of you to attend your respective meeting, as these are necessary to properly establish and constitute the Oversight Joint Select Committees for the 13th Parliamentary Session. Thank you. So now I will put the question on the motion. Honourable members, the question is that the debate is that the sitting of the House be adjourned to Friday, 19 September 2025. Those in favor say aye. At 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned to Friday, 19 September 2025 at 1:30 p.m.